Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. It's that time again. The new set is coming out, the new set of Magic the Gathering Bloomburrow, and I'm going to do my limited set review as I usually do. So mind you, this is my first impressions, so my ranking and my reviewing will be based on that. First and foremost, a little bit of disclaimer, and let's just quickly go through my ranking system. It's very simple. As you can see, 5 is a bomb, but it mostly concerns rares and mythics. 4 is an excellent card, it's our first pick. 3.5 is also excellent, but it's a card that we would always pick if we are already in a chosen color. Now 3 is a good card, 2.5 mediocre or a build around, 2 is a filler, and 1 is just a bad card. So without any further ado, it's gonna be a long video, so grab a snack, make yourself a drink, and let's get into it. So we start with signpost, commons and uncommons, and here we have our first card, Bloomburrow Mentor in Azorius colors. Now, Azorius archetype is called Birdfolk. I'm just going to read that this card from Wizards of the Coast, and it says that flyers boost non-flyers. All right, so I'm going to read the card and then just give a note. We can discuss it, all that good stuff. Please join me in the discussion as well, of course. So Bloomburrow Mentor for 3 mana, 1 white and blue, 2/3 creature with flying. Whenever a Bloomburrow Mentor or another creature you control with flying enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control without flying. So of course, this signpost uncommon says it all. It speaks for the archetype. And usually I rate signpost uncommons as 3.5 because those cards are essential, of course, in a chosen archetype. hello there. All right, so I think it's fair to say that it's 3.5. All right, next up is going to be our signpost uncommon. Good morning, good morning. Hold on, I forgot. Sorry. So I'm going to take physical notes as well. I'm sorry for the delay. So yeah. Next up. All right. Yeah, sort of. All right. Seedpod Squire for 4 mana, 3/1 hybrid, white or blue. We have a creature 3/3 with flying. Whenever it attacks, target creature you control without flying gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. You know what? It's pretty solid, right? 4 mana, 3/3 flying. Is it like 3.5 though? I think it's just solid, right? Has to be quite aggressive, but I mean, Azorius is usually a tempo archetype, right, with flyers and whatnot. Okay, let's give it a 3, being it a signpost uncommon, so I think it's gonna be good in this chosen archetype, of course. Now, moving on to Dimir. Okay, let me quickly read that archetype. So Dimir archetype is called Red Folk, and like the name of it is Graveyard Threshold. So it's gonna be based on graveyard interaction, of course. Dimir is historically a more like a control archetype, but let's read it. So Tide Color Mentor for 3 mana, 1 blue and 1 black. Creature with mana 3/3. Of course, it has this ability mechanic of Threshold. So when it enters, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay, interesting. Now, I suppose that if you are in these colors, it should be quite easy to fill your graveyard. So, like, let's assume that you have Threshold, right? If you play this card, if you're in this archetype. And I like the stats, to be honest. Like 3/3 for 3 with manas is already pretty solid. The abilities, you know what? It's quite temple, actually. I was talking to Dimir is a control archetype, but it seems like, well, let's see. I don't know. I'm going to be, I don't know. Let's say I'm gonna probably give 3.5 to all of the signposts and comments, but I like this. I like maybe 3, you know. But okay, let's assume that Threshold is there, right? So let's move on to signpost common, which is called Mind Drill Assailant for 4 mana, 2 and 2 hybrid, blue or black. It's a creature 2/5 with Threshold. So if you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard, this creature gets +3/+0. So it's like 5/5 for 4 mana, ideally. And it has an activated ability for 3 mana, 2 and 1 hybrid, Surveil 1. Which is, you know, Surveil is quite useful in the late game. And it's a nice mana sink. 2/5 are also, you know, pretty fine stats. Yay! Good morning, Zephyr. Yes. Happy stat review. Exactly. I'm a little bit late to the game, but you know what? We're still doing this. Okay, I'm going to say that it's a 3. Maybe I'm being too generous, but again, those are our signposts. So, I didn't put a rank. Okay, it's a 3. All right, let's move on to Rakdos, and Rakdos is called Lizard Folk, Bloodthirsty Aggro. All right. So Fireglass Mentor for 2 mana, black and red, 2/1. At the beginning of your second main phase, if an opponent lost life this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them until end of turn. You may play that card. Whoa, this is nice. Okay, I like how Rakdos is always aggressive. Almost always signposts and comments are 2 mana, like are your 2 drops basically, and I love it. I'm living for it. So yeah, again, such a value card. I mean, 2/1 is probably a little bit vulnerable, right? But still, I think it's 3.5. It speaks for the archetype, and if it lives, like, I like how it can be useful in early game as well as in late game. So yeah, let's say it's 3.5. Next up is Signpost Common in Rakdos colors. So we have Sindering Cutthroat for 3 mana, 2 and 1 hybrid. 3/2. It enters with +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent lost life this turn. Okay. And it has an activated ability for 2 mana, 1 and 1 hybrid. Syndrome Cutthroat gains menace until end of turn. Okay, so like ideally, it's supposed to be 4/3, 4/3 mana, which is nice, you know, really aggressive. Now we have to see how easy it's gonna be to actually enable this losing life, right? Trigger. But I'm gonna say 3, you know. I'm rating this signpost a little bit higher than I usually do, so let's say it's a 3 in this, because in this particular archetype it's supposed to be good, right? It's quite aggressive. I mean, not great, but still pretty solid. All right, next up is Gruul, and Gruul is Raccoon Fall, big creature ramp, so nothing new here. Gruul has always been about big creatures, right? So we have here Wandertail Mentor for 2 mana, 1 red and 1 green, 2/2. Whenever you expend 4, put a +1/+1 counter on this mentor. So what does it mean? You expend 4 as you spend your 4th total mana to cast spells during your turn, and it's actually mana dork. It gives you red or green mana for a tap. Okay. This is pretty cool, right? So it's very useful to drop. So it's a 2/2 for 2, but it also ramps you, which is great. All right, so on turn 3, you are able to cast your 4/4/4/4, let's say, right? And also put +1/+1 counter on this creature. Yeah, it's pretty nice. You know, I like how Gruul is always straightforward. You just, you know, you have to have those creatures with 4 power or greater, and you're good. Alright, next up is our Gruul common, Jungblade Bruiser. So for 5 mana, 3 and 2 hybrid mana, we have a creature 4/5 with trample, and whenever you expand 4, this creature gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Oh. Pretty aggressive. I mean, for 5 mana, 4/5, it's probably not very exciting, right? But at the same time, if you're able to enable this ability, like, well, for 5 mana, it's like 6/6. I don't know. I said that I would rate them higher than I would, but to be fair, it's not a great card. Oh man. Okay, you know, being it first impressions, and okay, I'm gonna stick to my rules, right? Let's give it a 3, being it's just a signpost common, but actually, I'm not so sure, okay? But we have to see. I don't know. Did they do something about this power creep? Are those cards not gonna be as powerful? I don't know, or maybe it's just maybe it's just my impressions after Modern Horizons, where the cards were just, you know, too powerful, let's say. Hello, Phoebe. Oh, you're on vacation. Nice. I'm actually going on vacation too this weekend. All right. Okay, next up, Selesnya. Selesnya is Rabbit Folk, Token Swarm. Okay, so Selesnya, again, nothing new. It's a go wide strategy. All right, so Burrow Guard Mentor for 2 mana, 1 green and 1 white, Rabbit Soldier with Trample, and its power and toughness are each equal to the number of creatures you control. Just simple as that, right? So if you don't have any creatures, it's just 1/1 for 2 mana with Trample, but I guess you can imagine if you're really in a go wide strategy, It's gonna be like a very big creature, a big threat, or just 2 mana. So you know what? Let's just say 3.5 because I'm pretty sure that it's gonna be a very big guy in the right deck. Yay! Vacation buddies, yes. Okay, so next up we have our Selesnya Signpost common. Rabbits multiply quickly. Yeah, that actually a very nice flavor too, right? Makes sense, rabbit folk. Alright, Head of the Homestead for 5 mana, 3 and 2 hybrid mana. Have a creature 3/2. When it enters... Oh yeah, right. So here's the thing. They remove this into the battlefield. Actually, I would prefer if they just put ETB, but okay. So when it enters, create 2 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. Wow, this is actually very nice. This is very nice. Could it be like even 4? Wow, I really like this creature. I think it's gonna be... I don't know, maybe it's just my personal thing, but I really like these creatures. You know what? I'm gonna give it a 3.5. Okay. With 3 like the rest. To be fair, I feel like this is way better than previous Signpost commons. So I'm gonna give it 3.5 as well. Alright, next up is Orzhov. And Orzhov is Bad Folk. Life gain and loss. And first card is Starseer Mentor for 5 mana, 3, 1 white and 1 black. We have a creature 3/5 with flying and vigilance. Already, nice. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn. Okay, this is interesting wording, right? Target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Nice. Nice. Okay, I love how it's not, you know, based on life gain only. So the only thing that you cannot like lose life in combat on your turn, right? So it's still a bit tricky. So this archetype needs some work based on that. But to be fair, like, come on, just based on stats and the ability alone, I think it's pretty solid. But I'm curious about this archetype. I feel like I'm always drawn more to this a little bit complicated strategies. But okay, we shall see. And Orzhov common is Moonrise Cleric for 3 mana, 1 and 2 hybrid mana. We have 2/3 with flying, and whenever it attacks, you gain 1 life. Okay, this is perfect. This is great. Okay, here you come. So those are two best buds. That's the new vamps. Yeah, they're like OG vamps, right? Okay, it's a 3 for sure. It's just, you know, such a great enabler for all of this shenanigans in Orzhov colors, I feel like. So yeah, they do look very interesting. That's true. All right, moving on. Oh, Izzet, and Izzet is Otterfolk, instant and sorceries. Again, staple for Izzet colors. Now, here we have a creature for 2 mana, 1 blue and 1 red, 1/1 with haste and prowess. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Okay. Here you have it. Now, I feel like the main difficulty for this archetype is to, you know, remain this balance, like creatures versus non-creature spells. Because, like, let's face it, usually in limited, most of the decks are creature based, and like for EZ, or if the set has this archetype, I don't know. I always like I'm always on the fence, let's say, about this archetype, because truly it's not easy actually. Yeah, to have this balance, but I mean, still, like, haste, prowess, sure. Next up is our EZ signpost common, which is called Tempest Angler for 3 mana, 1 and 2 hybrid, 2/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Tempest Angler. Again, I feel like the same thing. So probably if you draft this archetype, yeah, like ideally you have to pick up those kind of creatures and then just, you know, pick up more of non-creature spells, I don't know. So those are, of course, your greatest payoffs for casting non-creature spells. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm always a little bit skeptical. I feel like this non-creature spell archetype is always the hardest to draft, but I don't know. Next up is Golgari, and Golgari is Squirrel Folk, food mid-range. Nice. So we have here Vine Reap Mentor for 2 mana, 1 black and 1 green, 3/2. When it enters or dies, create a food token. Right? Doesn't require anything additional, you know. It's just pretty aggressive to drop. Great ETB, and also like when it leaves the battlefield, just great. Very solid. I love it. Alright, moving on to signpost common. Is Corpseberry Cultivator for 3 mana, 1 and 2 hybrid, 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may forage, and it means that exile 3 cards from your graveyard or sacrifice food. Nice. And if you do that, you put a +1/+1 counter on Corpseberry Cultivator. Okay, so here is your payoff for having a lot of food tokens, I guess. Because I feel like exiling 3 cards from a graveyard can be a little bit complicated, but still, you know, it's a nice option to have. And I feel like all of these new mechanics, they will be great in Constructed, so in the new standard. I'm actually very excited about that. But yeah, sure, it's a 3. Like in the right archetype. It's gonna grow pretty fast. Okay, and next up is Boros, and Boros is Mousefolk, Valiant, or how to say it? Valiant aggro. So we have here Seedglaive Mentor for 3 mana, 1 red and 1 white, 3/4 Vigilance Haste. Okay, Valiant, right? I'm pronounced right. This is a new mechanic, so whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whoa, okay. This is interesting. I mean, already Vigilance Haste, pretty nice. I mean, even though it's 3 mana. Imagine if it was like a 2 mana creature. Valiant. Okay, so it's not Valiant, it's Valiant. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Zafri. Okay, Valiant it is. I mean, I'm curious. To be honest, I'm curious about this mechanic. So in this archetype, we're expected to draft A lot of combat tricks and whatnot. I feel like it's gonna be scary to play against Forest. Combat. I don't think that you will be able to win a combat against Forest. Well, I trust you, since you're a native speaker, right? I'm not. Okay. Next up is Veteran Guard Mouse for 4 mana, 3 and 1 hybrid, 3/4 Valiant. Again, this same mechanic. So when it becomes the target spell for ability you control, for the first time each turn, it gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn and used by 1. Listen, this is gonna be explosive if you draft it correctly. Already, it all looks very scary. Okay, and the last archetype is Simic, and it's called Frogfolk, Blink and Bounce. Now here we have List Splash Mentor for 4 mana, 2, 1 green and 1 blue, 4/4 with reach. Already pretty solid. It has an activated ability for 3 mana, 1 green and 1 blue. Exile another target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it, and activate only as a sorcery. Okay, makes sense. Blink and Bounce, here you have it. Alright. This is interesting. So I suppose we're going to see quite a lot of creatures with ETB in these colors. I'm curious, but you know, even just stats like 4/4 with reach, I feel like it's very good, very solid. Next up is Pond Prophet. This is our last signpost common for 2 hybrid mana, green or blue. I have a creature 1/1. When it enters, draw a card. Okay, I see it. Okay, so these frogs, they're also best buds. Nice, nice. I mean, mana cost is a little bit tricky, but it's okay. Alright, nice. Yeah, speaking of. Yeah, speaking of, exactly. Okay, here we have it. Those are our archetypes, our signpost commons and commons. And now let's go to the white color. And first card here is Banishing Light. It is an enchantment for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Banishing Light leaves the battlefield. Okay, this is your premium white removal. I think it's a 4, I don't know, 3.5/4 I feel like. But to be fair, I like easily see myself first picking it if if the pack offers nothing else. I mean, I could first pick it. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't feel like there is much to discuss. It's just your premium white removal. That's it, right? Okay. Oops. Sorry. Next up. Hello, hello. Brave King Duo for 1 white mana. Have a creature 1/1 with an activated ability for 1 and tap. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. I don't know. Like, only the sorcery kinda... kinda ruins it, no? Oh my god. I mean, it's not great, right? Okay. 2.5. And like requires the mana, I don't know. Is it Spanish? Which languages do I speak? I don't speak Spanish. I speak German, French, and Russian, and English, so those are my 4 languages. I think I should put it into the rules that please speak English in chat, so you know we are all on the same page. Yeah, coming back to this, it's not great. It requires mana to activate sorcery speed, and it's like just 1/1 for 1 mana. Not exciting. Next up, Bright Blade's Toad for 2 mana, 1 and 1. White? I'm blanking out all of a sudden. So it's a 2/2 first strike, lifelink. Okay, this is good. This is a very solid to drop, of course. By the way, I'm pretty sure that you have seen, if not all of the cards, but the majority of it. But for me, it's the first time I see the cards, so bear that in mind. This is a limited set review based on my first impressions. All right. Yeah, it's great. I love it. I love this. Quite universal to draw. Very good one. Absolutely. Yeah. S'il te plaît. Yeah. All right. Next up is Enchantment Builder's Talent for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Now, enchantment class, we haven't seen that in a while. When it enters, create a 0/4 creature white wall token with defender. Okay, already nice. So it's your to draw. Then when you level up for white, 1 white mana to level 2, it says whenever 1 or more non-creature, non-land permanents you control enter, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Nice. Okay, and next level up costs 5 mana, 4 and 1 white. When this class becomes level 3, return target non-creature, non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, it reminds me of that class, right? What's it called? Okay. Listen, honestly, this is a very good card. I like it. I know that it may be a little bit defensive, right? But I feel like it's pretty solid. I'm gonna say it's a 3. Yeah. Exactly. I was thinking about some of those. So there was this class, Clary class, that was getting live. I feel like this is the one that I'm thinking about because when you reached the last level, you also could return a creature, but I don't think that on the battlefield. I don't remember exactly. Anyway, this is a good card. For 2 mana, you have your 0/4 creature, your 2-drop, and then you can, yeah. Yeah, you need a lot of non-creature permanents. All right, non-creature. Hold on. But I mean, if you reach level 3, So what could be the archetype for this card, right? Because probably not Azorius. Azorius is an aggro, like tempo archetype. Orzhov, I don't know, Selesnya maybe? The Saint Selesnya. Hold on. In Selesnya you will have to have a lot of creatures, so maybe Orzhov. Interesting. Okay, so I like the first one. Food tokens. Food tokens. But food tokens is like Golgari thing. But actually, this is also an interesting question. Like, I know that you probably would want to stick to 2 colors, but absent. Okay, you know what? Let's say 2.5, right? It's a little bit specific. I was too hasty to give it a 3, but definitely there is something. All right. Next up, Carrot Cake. Here we have it. Non-creature, non-land permanent food for 2 mana. 1 and 1 white. When it enters, and when you sacrifice it, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token and scry 1. Nice! Oh, this is nice. Yeah, and for 2 mana and tap and sacrifice, you gain 3 life, as you normally would with any food tokens. Okay, this is pretty cool. So for 2 mana, you have your rabbit, then you have another one when you sacrifice it. So this is pretty cool. This will be great in both Orzhov and Selesnya, right? Yes, here we have it, here we have it. Honestly, I quite like it. I feel like this is gonna be a good card. I don't know, I like it. I like how universal it is. Maybe 3 is a little bit too high, but yeah, just because, I don't know. Don't you agree? It's a universal card. You're 2 drop. Pretty nice. Deadly Dispute. Yeah, there has to be, no? Well, we'll find out. Crumb and get it for 1 mana instant. Gift a food. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast the spell. This is cute. If you do, they create a food token before its other effects. It's an artifact, blah blah blah. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, that creature also gains indestructible until end of turn. This is very cute. Okay, we have never seen anything like this before. This is a new sort of interaction with your opponent, but I love it. Shops the Snail Watcher, thank you so much for your follow. Hello. Yeah, it's like, I promise, but you know, I promise you the food, but in the end, our exchange in combat wouldn't be so pleasant. I don't know. You know, it's your combat trick, but it's quite an efficient one. Only 1 mana, +2/+2. I feel like it will see play, especially in Boris. Like, imagine. Ouch. Alrighty, I'm quite scared of Boris, to be honest. Okay. Next up is Dewdrop Cure for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white sorcery. Gifted card. What? You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast the spell. If you do, they draw a card before its other effects. What? I don't want to gift a card. Okay. Return up to 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less, from your graveyard to the battlefield. Alright. If the gift was promised, instead return up to 3 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less, from your graveyard to the battlefield. Gifting a card is a trapping constraint, but fun in Commander. Okay. I'm not a Commander expert. by any means, but yeah. Man, this is ridiculous. But I guess it's okay, you know. It's kind of fun, like, not really like grinding spell in white, but more so like recharging, right? I feel like it's okay. I would say like 2.5 maybe, just because it's gonna be all right in a specific archetype, of course. Like I'm thinking Boris immediately, but also Selesnya, why not? So yeah. Let's say it's 2.5. Next up is Drifloon Coyote for 5 mana, 3 and double white. We have creature 3/4. When it enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until Coyote leaves the battlefield. If that creature had power 2 or less, put a +1/+1 counter on the Coyote. Well, this is nice. So this is basically your, I don't know, ring. not quite. Yeah, this is good. Honestly, this is good. And quite universal too, I feel like. Yeah, like double white, maybe. So it's not a splash card by any means, but it's a good one. So it's like creature and removal, sort of, in one. Yeah, so it's alright. Okay, next up is Feather of Light. So for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, enchantment aura. It has flash. When it enters, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. Okay, so this is like a cycling cantrip. Yeah, the previous one, yeah, I agree. Maybe 3.5. I was a little bit conservative because of the mana cost, and you know, it's not like you don't remove a creature permanently, but still, I mean, yeah, I agree. All right, speaking of this one, I don't like it. I say it's a 2, but I can see it playing Boris, to be fair. I feel like, yeah, maybe in Boris you would want to play that, and only in Boris. I don't know. And also, if you are drafting Boris, I feel like you will be easily able to pick this card very late. Next up, Flowerfoot Swordsmaster. Sorry. Flowerfoot Swordmaster. For 1 white mana, creature 1/2 with Offspring 2. So it's a new mechanic. It means that you may pay an additional 2 mana as you cast the spell. If you do, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of it. This is nice. And it has a Valiant mechanic, another one. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time, mice you control get +1/+0 until its turn. Okay, so this like typo thing. So it's not for nothing, right, that force is called Mousefolk. So here you have it. Yeah, it's quite specific. Yeah, true. Previous card, maybe. Suitable for Azorius as well. But this one, you know, it screams forest, right? Mousefolk. And it pumps mice. What do you think about it? I mean, it also can be useful in Selesnya, right? Because you go wide with that. To be fair, I quite like it. I like that it's 1/2 for 1 mana, and then you can just cast it for 3 mana. 1/2 and 1/2. Like, you will have 2 creatures, 1/2 with the same ability. I kind of want to give it a 3, to be fair. I don't know, what do you think about this card? Like, it's quite specific. It's quite specific to the archetypes that I just talked about. But I mean, still. Alright, next up is Harvest Stride Host for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white. It's a creature 3/3. When this one or another rabbit, okay, you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then draw a card if this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn. Wow. Okay, so Rabbit Folk, Selesnya. It's cool. Listen, this is quite specific, right? You have to draft a lot of rabbits for it to work. So like, there's just no way around it if you want to play this card. And you have to draft rabbits and a lot of them. I would say that it's 2.5. Let's say that it's sort of built around, right? This is what it is. But it's a nice payoff. Definitely. Next up, Hopted. Love the name. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 white, sorcery, create 3 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. Sorry. What? For 3 mana, 3 tokens. Like, oh my god. Okay, so let's come back to this one. So what? Like, imagine 3 rabbits and this one. Whoa. Now, this escalated quickly, okay? This is very nice. I love this card. I want to give it a 3, you know? I feel like it's pretty solid. Especially if you're drafting rabbits, like, whoa. Oh my god, it's crazy. Alright, next up is Intrepid Rabbit for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white. It has Offspring 1, so you pay additional 1 mana as you cast the spell, and if you do, then you create a 1/1 token copy of it. Alright, so 1/1, not the same stats. And when this creature enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, so this is quite mediocre, okay? I feel like this... I mean, I love that you can actually cast for 4 mana. So you support this go white strategy with it. It's a rabbit, and but I don't love it. To be fair, it's not universal. It's quite specific for this archetype only. I don't know. Should I just say like it's a build around or just a filler? It is kind of a build around. I don't know. I'm on a fence, you know, but being at first impressions, let's just say it's a 2. I feel like maybe there are better cards to trigger this thing. I mean, that one, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna quickly come back to it. So this card, Harvest Stride Host, this is just a perfect payoff for this archetype. This is just, it's great. Then this is probably one of the best enablers. Now, how good is this? I mean, it's an enabler for sure. How good is this? For 3 mana, 3/4. Not very exciting. It pumps, but yes. Maybe you'll have a good attack this turn. If you guess it for 4 mana. I don't know, it has options, right? Let's say it's 2.5. I feel like it's a fine enabler for this specific deck, right? All right. You like it as an aggro card? I mean, in any other aggro deck, I feel like it's sort of a filler. But in this rabbit archetype, it's a little bit better. But yeah, I agree that it's quite flexible. Next up, Jolly Turbles. Yeah, true. Now, for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, we have a creature 2/3. Whenever you give a gift, draw a card. And it's a hamster. I mean, I like the stats. And also, yeah, sure. Who doesn't love drawing cards? It's a solid to drop. I like that. It's 2/3 for 2 mana. And then, once in a while, you may be able to draw a card. Why not? Okay. Next up, Life Creed Duo for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Bad bird. It has flying 1/2. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Okay, so this is our Orzhov archetype, of course. And in Orzhov, of course, it's gonna be good. No doubt about it. How universal is this as a 2-drop? 1/2 with flying for 2, like, right? But in Orzhov, it's gonna be good. But still, I feel like it's 2.5. I mean, in Azorius too, since it's a creature with flying, maybe. I mean, it's okay. I would say that it's okay, not great. Maybe quite universal actually. So I can see that it can be quite alright in Azorius too, not only in Orzhov. Anyway. Next up is Mabel's Medal for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Up to 1 other target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh. Okay, this is a nice combat trick. This can be like not very pleasant in combat. So I have to think about all of these combat tricks when you're playing against white. Oops. This is nice. This is a fine combat trick, I would say. Again, I'm already thinking like what a nightmare it's gonna be to play against Boris. Or actually against any white deck, but against Boris specifically. With all this combat tricks. They're pretty good. Next up is Mouse Trapper for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white. 3/2 flash. It has Valiant again. So when it becomes the target of spell or ability you control for the first time each turn actually, this is pretty important. So not only your turn, but an opponent's as well. Tap target creature and opponent controls. Okay, nice. I like it. It has flash, so you actually have options, right? Can be pretty sneaky. Pretty sneaky. And it's mouse. So fits this typal Boris. Boris, a typal archetype. Is it like 3 or still like 2.5? I mean, can you imagine how aggressive actually it can be? Like you tap all the opponent's creatures and you just attack. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it's a 3 still. Maybe I'm a little bit conservative here. I can see how it will be played out, but I don't think it's a 3. All right. Next up is Nettle Guard for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, Mouse Soldier 3/1. Okay, so this is our aggressive to drop. Valiant again. Whenever it becomes a target of spell ability, blah blah blah, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. Oh, reminds me of the 2-drop from, oh my god, Wonderful Brain. You know what I'm talking about. Same thing, right? 3/1 mice with Celebration, and but it has an activated ability for 1 mana and sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Okay. Okay, I see, okay. Yeah, it's a fine to drop. Pretty aggressive, of course, in the right deck. So imagine like 3/3 is not very pleasant. I mean, 3/1 is not so scary, but 3/3 is not comfortable. Yeah, it's all right. I would say I'm not sure that like this ability is gonna be useful, but we'll have to find out what targets we have. But at the same time, you know, we've already seen that enchantment that exiles a creature, so why not? To be fair, like I kind of want to give it a 3, but it's not. It's maybe like in some decks it's gonna be more of a filler. Some decks it's gonna be really good, like in Boros, of course. So like this ability is not nothing. I don't know. Kind of want to give it a 3. But like I realize that it's not gonna be a 3 in every deck. Next up, Parting Gust for 2 white mana instant. Gift a tapped fish. Oh my god, those gifts are ridiculous and I love it. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast the spell. If you do, they create a tapped 1/1 blue fish creature token before its other effects. Gift a tapped fish. I don't know. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Now, what it does, exile target non-token creature. If the gift wasn't promised, return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it at the beginning of the next and step. Alright, so it's either a removal in return for a fish. So you gift a fish, but instead you exile some real threat, let's say, right? Or I don't know, there are some ways that you can use it, definitely like in response to removal, right? Also quite alright. I don't like the cost, like double white. Not great. I mean, I can see it play, but it's not the best removal, and it's not the best trick either. So I would say like 2.5 maybe. Next up, Pileated Provisioner. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. So for 5 mana, 4 and 1 white, we have a flyer 3/4. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control without flying. So this is our Azorius theme, bird folk, and all of this, like birds support non-birds, right? Okay, so like again, maybe 2.5. I'm looking forward to Azorius Flyers. Yeah, I would say that it's like 2.5 again. 5 mana, 3/4 flying. We've seen it before 1,000 times, but I guess it's alright in this archetype. But overall, nothing special. Next up is a rabbit response. So for 4 mana, 2 and double white, we'll have instant creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. If you control a rabbit, scry 2. So this is your basically like overrun spell. Again, we've seen this card before. I think it's alright to play it if you have this go white / aggro deck. I mean, it's totally reasonable to play one, but like you can always pick it up very late. You can always pick it up if you need it. And all right. Next up, Repel Calamity. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, instant, destroy target creature with power or toughness 4 greater. Again, it's removal, yes, but it's quite specific, and usually like, you would play this kind of cards if you don't have a removal. Like, if you just have nothing better than that, you would play it. Otherwise, you would not. If you haven't already picked up decent removal, or just, you know, a good removal, because this is not a good removal, but it's a removal still. I don't know, I kind of want to give it a 2, but it's quite specific. I'm gonna give it a 2 because, again, it's sort of filler removal, right? It's alright, like, not great, not terrible. Next up, Seasoned Warnguard for 1 white mana. Rabbit 1/2. Whenever it attacks while you control a token, Seasoned Warnguard gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Says it's much more about small creatures, but there is also this archetype Cruel. So yeah, like, speaking of the previous cards, I agree that maybe for this set specifically it's not so good. Like, overall could be a sideboard card. Anyway, speaking of this creature, no, it could be very aggressive. Like, ideally it's 3/2. Now, I mean, for 1 mana, 1/2, I guess it's alright, but it's not great at the same time. Like, would you be able? Actually, you would, because you've already seen that food for 2 mana. Yes, that creates a rabbit token. Actually, that's pretty nice. So rabbits go aggro. I'm gonna say it's like 2.5 still. Rabbits go aggro, huh? Next up is Strike Force. Strike Force for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white. Bird Knight, 1/3 with flying, double strike, and vigilance. Okay, this is interesting. I mean, it doesn't look that great. I mean, it's alright, but it's not great. I honestly, like, just by looking at it without any other context, it looks like a filler. And probably it is what it is. Could be, you know, could be quite annoying though. Because it has vigilance. Oh, interesting. Interesting. A little defensive though. Yeah, that's for sure. I was thinking, yeah, that was my first thought as well. Like, what kind of equipment are there in the set? But just on its own, it's quite defensive, right? Yes, you attack, but mostly you just... I mean, you can attack. You can both attack and pop with it, thanks to vigilance. I'm not sure. I was like, my initial reaction was maybe it's a filler, but because it has vigilance, maybe it is a little bit better. But still, like, I'm not the biggest fan of this card. Next up, Sonar Strike for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white instant. It deals 4 damage to target attacking, blocking, or tapped creature. You gain 3 life if you control a bat. Okay, so this again, we've seen this kind of spell before in previous sets. Now it has a little bit of a perk if you are in this Orzhov archetype, in the Bat Folk archetype. A little bit defensive, like in general, but maybe Orzhov is not going to be an aggro archetype. So I'll say like a 2.5, just because for this bonus, let's say. So maybe if you're in this bad archetype, it's not going to be so terrible, but I mean, it's okay to play this kind of cards, but those are, again, sort of filler slots if you didn't pick up normal removal, let's say. Next up, Star Charter for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white, Bat Cleric with flying, 3/1. A lot of text, bear with me. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Okay. You may reveal a creature card with power 3 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Great. I love this kind of value creatures. Again, it's a little bit specific, right? But I guess this is probably the beauty of the set, or I don't know, like the game design, the intention of the designers, just to maybe force us draft in this type of archetypes. This is pretty nice. I like this. I love this. Is it a 3 though? Yeah, the art is very cute as well. And for 4 mana we have 3/1, but at the same time, basically it's like 2 in 1. I mean, it gives us a card, ideally. I would say 2.5, right? Because it has to be a specific deck, let's say, but honestly, it's nice. Next up, Thistledown Players. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 white, Mouse Bard, 3/3. When it attacks, untap target non-land permanent. Nothing special. Okay, this looks like a filler to me, to be fair. It's probably exactly what it is. Next up, Warren Elder for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Rabbit Cleric, 2/2. With an activated ability for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, this is great. Honestly, it's very good. The fact that you can activate it anytime, and if you have like 8 mana, you can activate it twice. This is pretty solid. I like it. Like, imagine in all those go white strategies. It's just it's very good to drop, and quite universal as well, actually. I love it. Next up is Wax Swain Witness for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white. Bat Cleric, 2/4 Flying Vigilance. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Okay, so this is maybe not so important, right? Something for 1, I guess it's alright, but 4 mana to 4. The stats are nice. The fact that it's a flyer and has vigilance, you know, it also played and Azorius, but in Azorius it's gonna be more like a filler. I have a feeling that in Orzhov it's also going to be sort of a filler. What do you think? Flying Vigilance for 2 mana to 4. It's okay, like, but nothing exciting. I don't know. I kind of want to give it to 2, even though like the stats are all right. You know, they are all right. But I think it's 2. Again, some sort of filler. 2.5 max. You know, something in this realm. Next up, Banishing Light. Okay, so we're done. We're done with white. Now, let's move on to the blue cards. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. So let's continue. Let's continue with the blue color. This is our first card. It's called Bellowing Crier for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, 2/1 Frog Advisor. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. Fine. It's fine to drop. It's a frog. Also, this is a nice target for blinking, right? Thinking about this frog fall Simic archetype. I guess it's all 8. Let's say it's 2.5. I don't know. Seems fair. For this kind of 2-drop. Next up is Calamitous Tide for 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue sorcery. Return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. I mean, I wish it was an instant, because if it was an instant, you know, this kind of cards can easily win you a game. But even on sorcerer speed, I feel like it's pretty solid too. Quite tempo, and like drawing 2 cards is not nothing. Again, I would like to give it 2.5. I feel like in limited, it actually quite solid. Next up is Daring Wave Rider for 6 mana, 2 and 2 blue. Creature 4/4 Otter. When it enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Alright, Otter Folk is in Is It Colors. Again, another creature that supports this synergy with non-creature spells. It's pretty nice. This could be your finisher. I mean, for 6 mana for 4, but at the same time, you cast a spell again for free. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty sweet. I'm just thinking, like, is it good enough? Like, is it like Indimir 2? Actually, yeah. Because we're filling our graveyard, but of course, like, the first thing that you think of is it? I didn't like that it costs 6 mana though. And imagine if there is no targets, like, I don't know. I don't think it's a 3, but I can see how it can be up there. You know, it's 2.5, but it can be definitely up. Yeah, you can also, yeah, flick it and Simic. True. But you know what? I don't like that. It has to be a spell with mana value 4 or less. If it says like any spell, that would be like, whoa. So I think that I'm gonna stick to 2.5 just because of the mana cost, and the condition is quite specific too, but definitely there is potential, right? Next up, Dazzling Denial. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, instant counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Classic. If you control a bird, counter target spell unless its controller pays 4 instead. And it's fine to play the counter spell, so basically it could be your 2-drop. When I play this kind of spells in my deck, I usually consider them as my 2-drop because, like, as the game progresses, the more irrelevant they become. But I guess, you know, still to control, I don't know, even like a 4-drop or bigger, it's still alright. I guess it's like 2.5. I'm thinking maybe 2. It depends. Now, we have this Is It archetype. Oh, thank you so much for following. Thank you. We have this Is It archetype, so we have to think about this. If there wasn't a non-creature spell archetype, I think it would be 2, but here maybe it will be better. And also, like, it explicitly says if you control a bird, so Azorius 2. Hello. Alright. Next up is Dire Downdraft. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking or tapped creature. Okay, so it may cost you 3 mana instead, and target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Okay, so I love this kind of soft removal spells. This is nice. Yeah, this is very good actually. It's an instant speed. I kinda want to give it a 3 to be fair. 2.5 or like 3. I want to give it a 3 because it's an instant speed. Imagine, like, it's a tempo card. Again, you know, you have to take all of these rankings with a grain of salt too, because like everybody rates the cards based on their preferences, based on their gameplay style and whatnot. But in my experience, these kind of cards, they're actually overperforming. All right, next up is Edimurk Crab for 7 mana, 5 and 2 blue. Elemental Crab, 5/5 with flash. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Okay, so this is another payoff for EZ, right? Non-creature spells based archetype. Now, this crab enters tapped if it's not your turn. Alright, makes sense. And when it enters, tap up to 2 target creatures. Okay, this is actually interesting. True. Dimir 2, yes, makes sense as well. Because, yeah, we would think that in Dimir we would also play no creature spells, some sort of removal and counter spells. Why not? This is an interesting card, to be fair. Like, if you like, I'm just thinking, what would be the mana cost that I'm happy about? Like for 7 mana, of course not, but you know what? Even for 5 mana, it's pretty nice, and for 5 mana, it's quite feasible. 5 mana is more than feasible. Yeah, I agree. We cast it, let's say for 5 mana. On our opponent's turn, we tap their creatures, and like we're solid, right? It's pretty good. It doesn't have evasion, but yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm thinking 2.5 or 3. I guess still 2.5 because again, it requires some work and a specific situation, let's say. But I like this creature. Maybe it's not great, but yeah, I can definitely see it play. Next up, Finch Formation for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue bird scout with Offspring 3. Base power and toughness are 2/2. So Offspring 3, it means that you may pay additional 3 as you cast the spell, and if you do, you create a 1/1 token copy of it. So for 6 mana, you may have this creature and a copy of it. It has flying. When this creature enters, target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Okay. So my thoughts on Offspring, it's nice that it gives you flexibility. So basically I feel like how you can look at it, it maybe, you know, helps fixing your mana base. So depending on the situation, not mana base, mana curve, I'm sorry. Yeah. But it looks like a filler to me, to be fair. I like the flexibility with Offspring, but still, I feel like it's a filler. Or should I give it 2.5? I don't know. Let's say that in some decks, it's gonna be definitely better than that. But just looking at it, yeah, and let's give it to 2. Again, my ranking system is maybe overly simplified, you know. Of course, there are more nuances and all that stuff, but yeah, Let's agree on 2. Next up, Gossip's Talent, enchantment class for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue. Whenever a creature whenever a creature you control enters, surveil 1. Okay, so let's say if you cast it on your turn 2, it does nothing. Just saying. Leveling it up. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature with power 3 or less can be blocked this turn. Okay, now this is getting interesting. And the last level up for 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay, so here we have this ETB synergy, right? So we attack with our small creatures, they're unblockable, and then we just blink them. Honestly, this is just your typical build around. This looks like a straight up build around, but to be fair, I would say that, I don't know. I kind of want to give it a 2 or even less than that, but let's say 2.5, okay? Let's give it a grace. I don't know. I don't like this card. I agree. This doesn't look good. Yeah, so this affects this like 2/1 frog, or even that signpost common. So no, there are quite a few creatures with power 3 or less. I'm giving it a 2.5 because I'm saying it's a build around, you know? Surreal feels thresholdy to me. Maybe, I'm not sure. Again, it's 2.5 just because it is maybe a build around. Right? But I don't like this card. Okay? Next up, Into the Flood Maw for 1 white, 1 blue mana, instant gift to tapped fish. I don't know, this is my favorite kind of gift. This is just hilarious. Gift to tapped fish. Return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand if the gift was promised. Instead, return target non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. This is such a great bounce spell. Whoa. Okay, you probably are not gonna promise a gift, but for 1 mana bounce spell, am I reading correctly? Okay, it works only for opponent's creature, but still 1 mana. Such a tempo card. I love it. Yeah, but I don't think so. This is good. Honestly, this is good. This is a good bounce spell. You have to be smart about bounce spells, though. Like, you don't want to just bounce, you know, randomly. You have to pick the right moment for it, and then, like, it becomes real good. Alright. Next up is Night Fisher for 5 mana. 3 and 2 blue. Bird Knight, 4/5 with flying. Whenever another non-talking bird you control enters, create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. I love fish tokens. I don't know, it just cracks me up. Nice. Honestly, this is nice. I really like the ability. So again, it's quite specific for this bird type archetype, but I guess it's not going to be a problem at all if you are in Azorius colors. It's not splashable by any means, but I guess you don't need to splash. It's just your top end in this archetype. Okay, I'm gonna give it a 3, just because, again, let's talk specifically about this archetype, because in any other it's not gonna be great. So it's a 3 in Azorius. Let's put like a note, right? And in any other, it's just a filler, actually, or 2.5. I mean, it's a solid flyer still, but yeah, in Azorius, it's gonna be huge. Blue uncommons have been underwhelming so far. I agree. So this is nice. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Azorius. I mean, in Azorius, it's a very solid top end. That's it. Next up, Light Shell Duo for 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue, red water, 3/4 with prowess. When it enters, Surveil 2. Okay. I guess it's alright. I mean, prowess, maybe it makes it a little bit better. So, Surveil. Now, this creature would fit both Izzet and Dimir, right? Yeah, I love this, guys. Yeah, those are very cute. Red and water. Look at them. It's like, could be us. This could be us. Yeah, the art is very, very cute. I agree. And the card is actually okay. 4 mana, 3/4, quite offensive, but prowess, makes it a little bit better in this regard. I guess it's 2.5 still, so it's like not great, not terrible, right? Yeah, so far the power level is not up there, right, from what we've seen. At the same time, I quite love it. It feels refreshing. But I guess let's see how it goes. Now, Long River Lurker for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue, Frog Scout 2/3 with ward 1. Other frogs you control have ward 1. Again, this is frog typo. When it enters, target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Whenever that creature deals combat damage this turn, you may exile it. If you do, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay, so this is your Simic archetype in a shell. What do we think about it? Quite specific, right? I'm just thinking, okay, so obviously in the frog archetype it's gonna be good. Now, the questions are how good this frog archetype is gonna be, and second, how universal this card is, like in general, how good it is. Like in general, like for 3 mana, 2/3 with ward, the ability is quite situational. You have to have some kind of payoff for that. I don't know. Is there worse stat line than 2/3? It's specialized, but it's the heartbeat of that frog deck. Agreed. So again, probably some of these cards, they're like too specific, right? Too specific to this archetype. I'm gonna give it a 2.5. Again, let's say this is a build around. This is gonna be good in this deck for sure. in this frog typo. But overall, not so much, right? Next up, Long River's Pull for 2 blue mana instant. Gift a card. You may promise an opponent gift as you cast a spell, right? So counter target creature spell if the gift was promised, instead counter target spell. So this is our counter spell, but not really. The whole blue color wheel has been 2.5 so far. Actually, yes, you're right. I'm just looking at my notes. Yes, exactly. A little bit underwhelming. But to be fair, blue has been historically like a support color. I mean, this... I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Double blue. And this is uncommon. Honestly, I want to give it a 1. Let's go. Let's give it a 1. It's just... nah. Not realistic for limited, to be fair. Okay. Mind Spiral. Essence Scatter, yes, but for 2 blue... I don't know. Okay, Mind Spiral. No, I mean, yeah, Essence Scatter is okay. Shall we give it a 2 then, not 1? But I really don't like mana cost double blue, but okay, let's give it a 2, okay. Now, Mind Spiral for 5 mana. I do not trust this creepy red. I do not want to take a fish from. Right, 5 mana. Gift a fish sorcery. Target player draws 3 cards. If the gift was promised, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of this cards. This kind of cards, to be fair. I need to sorcerer speed. This is just... I give to fish. All right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't trust this red either, to be fair. Exactly, and if it was an instant speed, but it's not. If you're playing control, maybe, but I don't know. I hope that you could draft better cards, so. What does it mean to promise a gift? It means that before this effect, if you promised a gift, your opponent creates a tapped 1/1 blue fish creature token, like in this case, but there are other types of gifts, like drawing a card or a food token, from what we've seen. Lauren Revealed was good because, yeah, it was a land cycler. Like, honestly, not even close. Lauren Revealed, of course, is so good. Okay, Mind Whisker for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue creature, red wizard, 3/2 at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. Okay, now it's a Dimir, of course. Reds are Dimir. Threshold as long as 7 or more cards in your graveyard creatures your opponent control gets -1/-0. Yeah, actually that comment that opponent will just swing in return, it's just, yeah, there are so many go white archetypes, right? Of course, we know about Selesnya, we'll know about Forest, but I think that even Azorius can go white easily, and that card. Yeah. So now, yeah, it's a blue uncommon. Quite specific. To be fair, like -1, -0. Now this is good against those go white strategies, right? So that an opponent has a bunch of 1/1 tokens. It means just, you know, that's it. That's it for them. They have to deal with this die before they can do something. Yeah, it's pretty nice actually. Threshold. And how easy it will be to achieve that, I don't know. But it's nice that you can surveil each turn, right? Should I give it a 3 for a change? No, all of the blue cards are like 2 or 2.5. Should I give it a 3 finally? It's quite specific though. I don't like 3, 2, 4, 3 mana, but the ability is honestly not bad, right? So actually, like, even though it's slow, but it also fills your graveyard. Decent card. Well, if it's more than one archetype, because it can be wizards. Definitely 3. Train it to 3.5. Okay. Good, we agree on that. Next up, Night Whirl Hermit for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue, red, rogue, 1/4 with vigilance, again threshold, and if you have it, it gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. Okay, now, you know, this actually can become a real threat. Do some blockable creatures. So imagine you have a control kind of deck, so not only it blocks, of course, but it also decks, it has vigilance. Yeah, it's alright. But it's not as good as the previous one. I think it's like 2.5. Quite specific, quite defensive, but it's alright. Next up, Audible Antics for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue sorcery. A lot of text. So you create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. Nice. If the spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. And it has a flashback. Nice. Oh wow, I love this card. Yeah, well, the cuteness, definitely, the set is all about the cuteness, right? But honestly, this is the this is the card that I'm excited about, like, for real. Now, for 2 mana, you have your 2 drops, basically. So your 2 drop this otter token. It's a sorcery, so fits perfectly this non-creature spell archetype. Like, how great is that? So it's a sorcery, but you get a creature with prowess. Amazing. And then when you flashback it, you get a token with a counter on it. I love it. This is such a good card. Oh, this is such a good card. I want to give it a 3.5. Honestly, this is great. Right? Did I read it correctly? Is it what I think it is? Honestly, yeah, this is gonna be essential for Iza deck, but in any deck, I think it's gonna be great. Okay. Next up, Pearl of Wisdom for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue sorcery. This spell costs 1 mana less to cast. If you control an otter, draw 2 cards. Nice. Okay, so now divination for 2 mana is now divination for 3, right? This is nice. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna say like 2.5 if you're in this other archetype. In EZ, definitely. It's not bad. Okay, next up, to read it? No. Concrete Escort for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, 2/1. It's a bird. Flash flying. When it enters, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Okay, nice. So, this is also some sort of... It's not a really combat trick, but you get my meaning, like a snakeskin veil effect. It's great. I love it. Yeah, it's a good creature. Not only it's your 2-drop flyer, but the ability is very useful any stage of the game, I feel like. So if you draw it, or if you have it in your starting hand, you just cast it as your 2-drop, and if you draw it later in the game, then it's useful as well. Nice. All right, next up, Run Away Together. Again, another art that says like, this could be us. This could be us. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue instant, choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hands. Okay. Again, another bounce spell, but you cannot choose like up to 2. It says specifically 2 target creatures controlled by different players. So, what does it mean? Like, it can be used if your opponent has some sort of fight spell. A little bit situational, you know? Maybe it's a sideboard card. I don't know. I cannot think like right away of any other implementations of this card. If you know, tell me. But I'm gonna say it's a 2. Okay. Let's come back to it. The art seems like a clue, probably main board and frog, maybe an otter. Or, you know, specifically, you are in the frog archetype because it's more beneficial to bounce your frog because they allegedly have all those good ETB abilities, and your opponent is an otter. Something like that. You all comment on this art. It's a big frog. Well, frogs can be big, no? Nice. Okay, next up, Shore Up. It's a reprint, right? For a 1 blue mana, instant target creature control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. It's alright. It's a fine combat trick, definitely, and of course it's a constructed card, but we're talking from the limited perspective only, but I would say 2.5 still. Again, we have those non-creature spells. Archetypes can be useful there. It's just an efficient combat trick as well. Oh, yeah, it's going to be very annoying in the Prowess deck, for sure. Okay, moving on. Shoreline Looter for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue. It's a red, so it means for more. In a Dimir territory, 1/1, it can be blocked, and with Threshold, you draw a card. Then discard a card. unless 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. So both ways are fine. So even if you don't have this threshold, you just draw and discard, which is nice. But then, whoa, if you have threshold, it just draws your cards. What? Phrasing is a little bit weird, yes. Honestly, this is good. It's very good. This is a rare case when you actually don't need threshold. But also, it helps you to feel that. It helps you to fill the graveyard to get there. Nice. I'm doing this in a madness deck. This is very good. I love it. Okay, now finally we get to those good blue cards. This is honestly, yeah, I love it. All right, next up is Skyscraper Duo for 5 mana, 3/3 flying bird frog. A field blue. Thank you so much for your follow. Hello there. So when it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature. Hold on. What? So when it enters, exile up to 1. So you may not exile at all. Okay. Other target creature you control. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So when it enters, you may or may not blink another creature under your control. Okay. 5 mana flying bird frog. So like we may assume that it's gonna fit Azorius and Simic at the same time, but it looks like a filler to me. Is there some cards? Sorry, cares about blink. Well, Simic is all about blinking. This archetype is all about blinking your own stuff. So allegedly, and probably so actually, there are quite a few ETB abilities. But maybe in green they're gonna be better. I don't know, because blue cards are not so exciting. I don't know. Next up, Spellgyre for 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue instant. It's a model card. You choose one. Either counter target spell or surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. I'm reading the comments. So the mid case is using it for it. So yeah, again, nothing special, right? Talking about the previous card. So now this one. I actually quite like this as a model card. So I think most of the time you're gonna choose the second option, surveil 2, then draw 2 cards, which is quite powerful in the late game, to be fair, and it's an instant speed, or you know, why not? You can counter something like an opponent's bomb. I think it's all right. Next up is Splash Lasher for 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue. Frog 3/3 with Offspring 2, 1 and 1 blue. You may pay an additional 2 mana as you cast the spell. If you do, you create a 1/1 token copy of it. So for 5 mana, you can have this one and a copy of it with 1/1 stats. So now, when this creature enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. Okay, now you see. So this is your target for blinking, essentially. This is nice, and again, I love this Offspring. So the Offspring, essentially, as I've said before, it smooths your mana curve. So it's not necessarily your 4-drop. I mean, it can be your 4-drop, but it can be also your like 6-drop. But like on its own, I want to give it like 2.5 still. Just because 4 mana, 3/3. I mean, I can see how it can be better, okay? Like, actually, maybe like this Simic archetype is gonna be like very tempo. Yeah. This little frog can stun a huge dragon. For real. I don't know. Maybe it's a 3, but I don't... Okay, my first impression is 2.5, okay? But can be better, I feel like. I feel like there is potential if you build the correct deck. If it all works together, I don't know. We have to see the green color, right? To evaluate this archetype properly. This little frog can stun an Eldrazi and beat up a grizzly bear. Or stun your own mouse. Yeah, but why? Alright. Yeah, Eldrazi, behold. Okay, Splash Portal, 1 blue mana. Splash damage seems pretty good. Okay, let's come back to it. Yeah, I agree. It could be better in the right deck for sure. Now, Splash Portal, 1 blue mana. Sorcery, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. If that creature is a bird, frog, otter, or rat, draw a card. Okay, so this is nice cantrip. Yeah. Exactly what it is. Ooh. I mean, it can be useful for sure. I kind of hate that it's uncommon though. But I'm pretty sure that you can pick it up very late. And it's fine. It's fine if you have like Izzet or Dimir. Fills your... Well, in Dimir, not really, because... oh, hold on. Threshold just 7 any other cards, right? Not necessarily permanent. Okay, don't mind me. It's definitely playable. Next up, Sugarcoat. Very cute. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue enchantment aura with flash. Enchant creature or food. Enchanted permanent is a colorless food artifact with... Okay, food ability. You sacrifice it for 2 mana and gain 3 life. And loses all other card types and abilities. Why would you want to enchant food though? I mean, basically it's your removal in blue colors, right? Essentially. Sugar Road. Yeah. It needs enchant food to stay on the target after taking effect. What? I mean, if you enchant food, food becomes food. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting it. I get that it's a blue removal. Okay. So as a blue removal, probably 3. Yeah, exactly. But it says enchant creature or food. Why? Why would you want to enchant food? For food to become food? I don't get it. You can steal opponent's food. No. It turns the creature into food. Yeah, I got that part. I'm just confused about why would you want to enchant food? Okay, I'm thinking it's 3 or 3.5. Yeah, just maybe you have to have this permanent. Oh, maybe you'll want to blink it. Some jokes have the punchline baked in. For the flavor, okay. Yeah, oh, that was confusing. Doesn't say enchant food, the card doesn't work. Anyway, it's a blue removal. Okay, let's agree on that. It's a blue removal. I'm just thinking maybe even 3.5 to be honest. I don't think that you would carry that much. 3.5. Maybe 3.5, but okay, let's say it's 3. Probably 3.5 though. Next up, Thought Shocker. 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, 1/3 with threshold. And 2 additional mana. So you have to have a threshold, and then this creature has an activated ability. You put a +1/+1 counter on it and draw a card, but you can only activate it if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, and only once. Oh, only once. Oh, why? Why? I wanted to love you. Why only once? But I guess it's alright, even if you activate it only once. I mean, it's your to draw basically in the mirror colors. Well, oh, good point. You can blink it. Good point. Good point. Yes. Huh. Interesting. So it's like 2/4 potentially, right? Draws you a card. I mean, I would say like it's 2.5. It requires some work, but yeah, we all understand the potential of it. Next up, Water Spout Warden for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue, Frog Soldier, 3/2. Whenever it attacks, if another creature enters the battlefield under your control this turn, it gains flying until next turn. Oh my god. No. just no. So many conditions. It has to attack. Another creature has to enter the battlefield for it to gain flying. Like, seriously. Alright, I'm back. So let's continue. So the first black card is a Gateblade Assassin for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, 1/3 Blizzard, which means it's like this probably. So whenever it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Oh my god, thank you so much for your subscription. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much. Okay, since it's a lizard, I was thinking Arachnis, but actually Orzhov, because it drains. Nice. What do I think? I mean, 1-3 is a little bit underwhelming, to be fair, but at the same time, it's fine. It's an okay to drop, right? It's not great, not terrible, but I like how you can enable this Orzhov payoffs with drain, gain life, lose life, whatnot. Yeah, it's all right. Next up is Bandit's Talent. Let's not break the scale. Yes, again, my ranking system is probably overly simplified. Of course, there are always maybe some nuances, right? If we, I don't know, talk about a certain card within the certain archetype or just in general. Yeah. Anyway, Bandit's Talent, it's another enchantment class for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black. So when it enters, each opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. Okay. I guess it's fine. I'm not the biggest fan of this discard spells unlimited, to be fair, but okay. Now, level up for 1 black mana at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep. Okay. If that player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, they lose 2 life. Okay. So, it's more already, right, we're talking about late game mostly, because like early game it does nothing. I like this card. Oh, this for my discard deck for Pioneer. Yeah, it feels like a constructed card mostly, not like a limited card. And then finally, level 3 for 4 mana, 3 and 1 black. At the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has 1 or fewer cards in hand. Oh. Can't really imagine it. Same, honestly, same. Like it's a fine plan for the late game, but at the same time, like it requires so much work, and it's such a situational card, right? So okay, at the beginning, yeah, right. Your opponent discarded 1 card, and then it just stays there, sits there until you can finally level it up, and it's just bad. You think it's 2.5, there is support? I don't know if you can draw the support, so let's be radical. It's a 1. I feel so naughty when I give cards 1. But to be fair, yeah, I cannot imagine myself driving this card or playing it either, so yeah. Agreed. Next up is Bonebind Orator for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black. Squirrel Warlock Bard. 2/2. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 black. Exile this card, this Orator, from your graveyard. Return another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, this is good. This is now, it's like, yeah, now we're talking, right? Now we're talking. Exactly. Such a good to drop. And now Squirrels, I want to remind you, Squirrels is Golgari archetype, Squirrel Folk. But I mean, yeah, great. Perfect to drop. And 2 drops are for trading early game, you don't mind, and then later on you get your value. It's amazing, right? It's definitely up there, maybe one of the best drops that we've seen so far. It's really good. Okay, next up is Bone Cash Overseer for 1 black mana, 1/1, and it has an activated ability: tap, pay 1 life, draw a card, activate only if 3 or more cards left your graveyard this turn, or if you've sacrificed the first this turn. So this is the forage mechanic, basically. Why just not say forage? This is the exact description of this new mechanic. Okay, now this is pretty cool. Like, in the right deck, it's gonna be very, very good. I get that you pay 1 life, but if you sacrifice food, like, well, it doesn't matter, right? You just draw a card. Amazing. Lethal 94. Thank you so much for your follow. Exactly, right? Could it be like 3 or still like 2.5? Hello. Honestly, like, in the right deck? Can we imagine? Or is like still too specific? I'm thinking. Is it 3 or 2.5? What do you think? Is it too specific, or like could it be more universal than just this particular archetype? Straw 2.5. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel as universal, right? Because, like, ideally you have to have those food tokens. Otherwise, it seems too hard to what is it? Like, exile somehow 3 cards from your graveyard, right? Yeah, that previous card, it was universal, right? That squirrel. you would put it in any black deck, I feel like. This is specific. Agreed. It doesn't if I'm married to Orjov. Yeah, it looks like, a Golgari deck, definitely. Alright, Consumed by Greed. For 3 mana, 1 and 2 black instant. Gift a card. I don't want to. Why? Let's see. Target opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. If the gift was promised, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Maybe you wouldn't mind to gift a card, actually. But it's an instant speed. It's not like a classic edict, so an opponent has to sacrifice a creature with the greatest power. So, and usually it is what you want, right? Yes. And thank you. Yeah, it's this t-shirt is from Wizard of Oz. Yes, it has a nice back, like this wheel of the magic colors. I think it's a 3. Yeah, mana cost is, but it's removal, instant speed. It has options, right? It gives you options. I mean, I think it's pretty solid. Next up, Daggerfang Duo, 3 mana, 2 and 1 black. Red Squirrel, 3/2 Death Touch. When it enters, you may mill 2 cards. Great. This is what we want in Dimir, right? And maybe Orzhov, not Orzhov. I was about to say Golgari, but I said Orzhov. Yeah, Dimir and Golgari. This is fine. Separate artwork rating. Oh, you know what? It's a good idea. It's a good idea to rate an artwork. Yeah, those are just cuteness overload. Oh my god, thank you so much for subscription. Thank you. Since, yeah, I agree. This is pretty solid. Maybe not in Ragdas though. It looks like Dimir and Golgari specifically. I don't know. We shall see. Next up is Dire Sight for 3 mana, 2 and 1 black sorcery. It's reveal 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. We've seen it before. Me personally, I don't like these cards. I almost never play them unless I have like, I don't know, a very grinded deck. But to be able to play this deck, you have to support your early game so you don't take a lot of damage. I don't know. And also read artwork on the next thing, you know, people won't read the smell of the card. Listen, the smell of the new Magic card is just, I don't know, one of the best things you could smell. I don't know, is it me? But I love the smell of books and of the fresh cards, of course. Anyway, this card, I'm not the biggest fan of. And now it's a matter of taste. But personally, I almost never play cards like this. Because it's just too slow and losing to life, maybe, you know, crucial. Yeah, high five there. Love the smell of printing, yeah. Okay. Next up is Downwind Ambusher for 4 mana, 3 and 1 black. Skunk Assassin, 4/2 with flash. So when it enters, you choose 1. Either target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So this is again nothing new, but it's a sort of a twist to this card, right? To this flash creature that you know, destroys a creature that was dealt damage this turn. We've seen this before. This is interesting. So this is nice. I love that you have options here. Isn't that great? Their side is going to be a good graveyard enabler. I mean, you have to be confident in your deck to play that card for sure. That's true. There are a lot of go white strategies. At the same time, it's a 4 mana creature. It's a 4 mana creature. I can see how it can be annoying, but I don't think it's good enough. It's okay. It's definitely playable, but it is situational at the same time. I don't know. I'm curious. It's not your usual What is it? Manticore. Hello, thank you for your follow. Yeah, good morning, thank you. I think it's 2.5. Still. Okay, let's move on. Next up is Early Winter for 5 mana, 4 and 1 black instant. Another model card. Choose one. Exile target creature or target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. Great. This is like top removal, right? One of the best. I mean, 5 mana, but who cares? It's an instant speed, and it's actually quite interesting that you can choose to exile an enchantment. But definitely, it's a premium removal. You exile a creature. So, this is it. Color identity violation, why? You think it should be a white card? Or what? That's true, that's true. If they have multiple enchantments, it's not so great. Because you target your opponent and not an enchantment. That's a good point. Too bad it can't exile Ujin. Oh my god. Listen. I can see how Ujin, you know, hurts you, my friend. Oh, okay, moving on. Feed this cycle. Not cycle. Oh, hold on. Feed this. Now I'm getting conscious about my pronunciation. Feed the sickle? What? Or cycle? Do we still pronounce it as cycle? Anyway, 2 mana, 1 black instant as an additional cost to cast the spell, forage, or pay 1 black. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Nice, except that, yeah, you have to pay that additional cost. Like imagine for 2 mana. Yeah, there is always a catch. Actually, yes, you can. Ah, it's nice, right? Yeah, if you can sack carrot cake. If you have a carrot cake to sack for it, then it's just, yeah, it's getting better. You can get an advantage from it as well. Nice, 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 nice. Forge of Synergy 100%. But also Golgari, actually. Now, Forge speaks Golgari, but in Orzhov it can work too. I'm gonna say 3 just because, you know, it requires some work, but at the same time, it can even bring you some value. If you have something like carrot cake, right? Yeah. Instant speed too. Oh, sorry. I lost here. This deals with it. Oh man, yeah, in constructed. I agree. You know, like in some decks maybe 3.5, but just because it requires some work, I say it's a 3. Now, next up is Fel for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, sorcery, destroy target creature. That's it. Just destroy target creature. Okay, it's a sorcery, but for limited, it's a 4. It's definitely the best removal we've seen so far. Even though it's a sorcerer, but it's 2 mana. And you can kill anything. It's not gonna be so great in construct. I'm not even sure that it's constructed playable, to be fair. But in limited, It's a 4. The artwork, yeah, the set is very beautiful and cute. Next up is Glide Dive Duo, 5 mana, 4 and 1 black. Bat Lizard 3/3 with flying. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2. Okay, so this is Orzhov theme essentially, but it costs 5 mana. What? It costs 5 mana. Why? I don't know. It looks like a filler to me. I may be wrong, but like I get that draining, maybe. Like, do you remember that vampire? Oh man, for 3 mana to 3 and the exact same effect. And it was also somewhere like in the filler area, and it costs 5 mana. I get that it's a flyer, so like you get a 3/3 flyer, but for 5 mana it's just not strong enough. Don't you agree? Hold on. Scared head. It's been good. Yeah, but 5 mana. Are you going to upload Excel file or something? Well, I usually don't. I usually don't, but you know, my subscriber and a very good supporter of my channel, Zafri, he actually does that in my Discord. He puts up the Excel spreadsheet with my ratings, but yeah, maybe I will do that too. So yeah, join my Discord for that. All right, next up is Hazel's Nocturne. Oh, and before we come back to that card, I will of course upload this VOD on my YouTube channel, which is at Mr. and Mrs. Spike, so you can always have a reference there too. All right, let's come back to Hazel's Nocturne. It's a 4 mana, 3 and 1 black instant. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Nice. So, okay. First thing that you think of is probably Orzhov, right? Yeah, I like it. So Orzhov's probably gonna be this grindy mid-range archetype. And yeah, I agree. Black seems solid. So now, I like that it's an instant speed. I think it's 2.5 still. I mean, yeah, it's nice. It's nice to return your creatures to your hand, like you cast hand of your opponent's turn, for example. But yeah, it's probably not 3 still. Alright, next up is Husk Burster Swarm for 8 mana, 6/6, but this spell costs 1 mana less to cast for each creature card you own in exile and in your graveyard, and has Manas and Death Touch. Okay, nice. So, Dimir, right? And maybe Golgari too. It's a nice finisher for Dimir, I would assume. Like I'm saying, 2.5. It will definitely see play. But, of course, you don't want to cast it for 8 mana. Nice thing that Exile also counts. So yeah. Probably 2.5. Could be a nice finisher. Next up is Moonstone Harbinger for 3 mana, 2 and... I wish this was... Yeah, true. A lot of uncommons that are, you know, that power of a common, right? Anyway, Harbinger, 3 mana, 2 and 1 black Bat Warrior, 1/3 Flying Death Touch. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, bats you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay, this is another card that is very specific to this bat typo. Otherwise, I mean, otherwise it's like a filler for a defensive deck. So it's like your 3 mana Death Toucher, right? Play boosters make uncommon so available though. True. You know what? I noticed, I don't know, maybe it's just a feeling that just in general those cards, like the power level is a little bit lower than in OTJ and MKM. Maybe it was like specifically designed like that because of play boosters. So hopefully it will make this play booster experience better. Right? Flying Death Touch. I don't know. To be fair, I'm not convinced. I think it's very specific. I would say like maybe 2.5 because again, I'm not sure that even this ability, given that it gives +1/+0 to all of your bats, that it's still worth it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it's the payoff worth enough playing this card, to be fair, because you have to work. Like, it requires some work. You have to enable it somehow. And then, like, maybe even in the bad deck it's a 2, but I don't know. I don't like this card. But I'm giving 2.5 still because maybe. Okay. Next up, Nocturnal Hunger for 3 mana, 2 and 1 black instant. Gift of food. Destroy target creature. If the gift wasn't promised, you lose 2 life. Great. Yeah, it's just such a great removal, but black is usually there for that. Of course, the best removal is in black colors. Is in black color specifically, right? Yeah, great. It's instant speed removal, destroys anything, and I don't know. Gift of food is not a big deal, or if you can afford, you just lose 2 life. Fine. Aggro is as scary as ever in this format. I agree. When I was reading all of the white cards, yeah, I think I said multiple times that already I'm scared of boars. Yeah. And it's possible, true. Alright. Next up, Persistent Marshstalker for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black. Red Berserker, 3/1. It gets +1/+0 for each other red you control. Okay. And if you have Threshold, whenever you attack with 1 or more reds, you may pay 3 mana, 2 and 1 black, and if you do, return Persistent Marshstalker from your graveyard to the battlefield tab and attack it. Nice. This is interesting. So reds are Dimir, right? Yes. Now, this is pretty aggressive, right? So could Dimir be actually tempo and not control? Because we've seen some creatures that are unblockable, and anyway, it's an interesting synergy, I feel like, and Yeah, we have to see. So, like, initially you think of Dimir as a control archetype, but now, like, this is not a control creature at all. Yeah. This looks good in the right deck, right? At the same time, it requires some work, definitely. It's this red typo specific. Like, imagine it gets +1/+0 for each other red you control. This is nice. Should I give it a 3? Like, imagine in the right deck. Could be pretty busted. Again, I guess I have to hold my horses here, because still it's a lot of work. You have to have this threshold. You have to have a red deck, right? It looks very aggressive to me. I agree. Looks like their plan is for Dimir to control and then finish the game quickly. Maybe, yes. So it's like they start slowly, and then once threshold is there, it's like bam, wham. Okay. Next up is Psychic Whirl for 3 mana, 2 and 1. Black sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Then, if you control a red, surveil 2. Looks like it has good upside. Speaking of the previous card, but Boris just getting similar stuff for free. Yeah, actually, Boris will be just easier to put together for sure. Now this. No. I don't like this card. Maybe sideboard, but actually, again, I like truly I never played these cards, okay? But maybe a sideboard card if you're playing best of 3. Now, next up is Ravine Raider for 1 black mana. We have Lizard Rogue 1/1 with Menace, and has an activated ability for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Just that's it. I mean, it's a nice sort of threat of activation. Mana Sinker. For 1 mana, 1/1 Menace, actually I don't mind. I think it's okay. Not great, not terrible, right? Could be pretty aggressive. So lizards are Ragdas. Now, next up is Ruthless Negotiation. Look at this card. Yeah. 1 black mana sorcery. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, draw a card. Listen, nice that it has flashback, so potentially Dimir, right? Because like you just put it into your graveyard and you don't care about it. Then maybe you flashback and you draw a card. But I don't like it. I agree. Next up, Saber. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 black instant, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Create a food token. Whoa. Now it's like, yes, please. It's great. This is great. Yeah, there's no for 5 mana. Yeah, I agree. All right, this is just perfect. It's a removal / combat trick. It's just premium stuff in black for sure. Next up is it's a common, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. Next up, Scales of Shale for 3 mana, 2 and 1 black instant. This spell costs 1 mana less to cast for each lizard you control. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. I mean, it is sort of your traditional black combat trick, but it's just, you cannot compare it to some of the white combat tricks we've seen, right? I mean, not great. Probably you would play it if you don't have anything else within your deck, I don't know. Next up, Sinister Monolith for 4 mana, 3 and 1 black artifact. Okay, no, let's see chat. Imagine Scales go pretty late because only Ragdos will really want it, so. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like this. If you need it, you will be able to pick it up. I'm pretty sure. But the question is, do you really need it? I don't know. Yeah, but it's a combo trick, 2 for 1 potential. You know, it's a combo trick still. Okay. Moving on, Sinister Monolith, 4 mana, 3 and 1 black artifact. At the beginning of combat on your turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, so this is like Orzhov staple, but it costs 4 mana. Now, it has an activate ability for tap and pay 2 life, and sacrifice it, you draw 2 cards. Nice. This is nice. This is nice for Orzhov. But, agreed, it costs 4 mana. Yeah, imagine if it costs like 2 mana, right? Why? Why cannot we have it all? High synergy, low impact. I'm gonna give it a 2 just because, yeah, I don't like the mana cost. Might as well cast Shieldred. There is no Shieldred in Bloomburrow. No, the thing is that you trigger all this losing, gaining life abilities. I'm just thinking, is it still worth it to play even if you're like heavily in this archetype and the synergy? I'm not sure. Like 4 mana, probably not impactful enough. So let's say 2, okay. But maybe I'm wrong. Oh, mana. Where is it? Okay. Stargaze. X and double black. Sorcery. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. Whoa. Favorite card from the set. Yeah, this red just, you know. It understood, you know, the whole universe. So this card looks like a Dimir or a Golgari fit, but to be fair, I don't think that it's that good, to be honest. I know that X gives you flexibility, but what X would you want to? Casting it for 4 mana, but then I'm not sure. Or like, at what moment of time, right, would you want to cast this as well? Yeah, it's definitely a constructed card, I feel like too, but we're talking from the limited perspective. So in the mirror, okay, so we like cast our 2-drop, like 3-drop, right? So we have some sort of board presence, because otherwise it's terrible, I think. And then you just cast this, you have card selection, and then you even fill your graveyard, so activate this threshold. Then I guess it's fine. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty situational, no? Or do you think it's more universal than that? If you ever cast for 5, don't you basically win? For 5, man. You'll have to pay 7 mana for that. And you lose life too. I don't know. I feel like it requires a very, very specific time during the game to cast this, and it's a sorcery speed. A 5 total. 5 total, yeah, that 5 total makes sense. 5 total makes sense, but I don't know. To be fair, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know how it will play out. It looks kind of slow. I mean, it's definitely a massive card advantage. But before that, you have to establish like a board presence, definitely. Yeah, it's very specific. I agree. So probably if you need it, you can pick it up pretty late. If you're a bad folk or red folk, could be. I'm not sure. Honestly, this card, I'm curious how it will play out. Okay, next up, Starlight Soothsayer for 3 mana and 1 black, Bad Cleric, 2/2 with flying. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, surveil 1. Payoffs for going late. I like payoffs for winning the game. Okay, so this card. I mean, it's like your payoff, right? For losing / gaining life. It's okay. It's not great. It looks like filler to me. But it's a bat, so I think that you would want to play this in your bad deck, but again, probably you can pick it up pretty late if you need it. Next up is Starscape Cleric for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black. Bad Cleric again, 2/1 with Offspring. Okay, Offspring cards, I like them again. It gives you flexibility. So it has flying and it cannot block. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay, so nice, aggressive to drop, perfect. If Batman played MTG, he would play a bad deck. You think it's bad? I mean, it looks pretty aggressive, right? It's bad. It's bad for sure. How bad is bad? This ability is also interesting, so whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life, so it's not like completely useless 2/1 flyer that cannot block. Yeah, you have to be aggro, but you know, it's a fine to drop. It's fine to drop for this bad deck, I would say. It's not universal though, right? So you're not gonna put it in every black deck, I would assume. Thornblade Intimidator for 4 mana, 3 and 1 black. Red Rogue, 4/3. It has Offspring of 3. And when this creature enters, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Okay, and yeah, for 7 mana, you just create a token of it, and this ETB, basically, you have it 2 times. I mean, yeah. Again, works with Orzhov Signature, right? Oh, no. Opponent loses life. And Orzhov, it works only one way. So if you lose or gain life, so yeah. I'm sorry. I agree, it's just, yeah, it's not exciting. It looks a little bit overcosted for what it is. I mean, I get it that sometimes when opponent is low in life, then yeah, they will have to do something, right? But, that kind of version plan, I don't know, I didn't like it very much, to be honest. Looks like a filler to me. And like for 7 mana. I don't know. Maybe like very late in the game. Yeah. Okay, next up is Thoughtstalker Warlock for 3 mana, 2 and 1 black. Lizard Warlock with menace 2/2. When it enters, choose target opponent. If they lost life this turn, they reveal their hand. You choose a non-land card from it, and they discard the card. Otherwise, they just discard a card. Oh, this is nice actually. So now, speaking of like a good and bad discard, right? If I draft 2 bandits talents, I have a lot of better support later. This is great, honestly. Yeah, like imagine. Yeah, this is, it's like, now we're talking, right? And it has menace. Could it be a 3? Okay, we're yet to see the red color, so I'm very curious about all this Rakdos situation and how easy it's gonna be to enable that. But honestly, like I hope that it won't be so hard. And imagine, nice. I get that it's like 2/2, 4/3 is not great, but since it has menace, and if you can discard like the best card from your opponent's hand, then yes, please. Yeah, that was that's exactly what I was referring to. Yes, with red. Okay, next up, Wix Patrol for 6 mana, 4 and 2 black. Red Warlock, 5/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards. When you do, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among cards in your graveyard. Awesome. This is nice, okay, this is nice. Again, Dimir, right? Because of the rats and all that mill situation. This is pretty cool. Yeah, like 6 mana maybe a little bit too expensive. 3 toughness though, yeah. It's essentially removal. like the creature and removal in one. I know that it requires some work, of course. I think it's maybe like 2.5. Like, to be fair, you have to look at this card as a removal, actually. I know that it's like 6 mana, 5/3 is maybe not exciting. That's why I guess 2.5, right? So minus for the mana cost and for the stats. Next up, a gate. Blade Assassin. Okay, we came back to the first black card, so we're done with black. Sad about it. Well, it is what it is. Okay, we're starting with red. Oh my god! Oh, thank you so much! Hello there! Ultimate Guard! Thank you so much for the raid. This is insane. Thank you, thank you. Andrea, it's you. Hello, thank you so much. You just finished your stream as well, right? Yes, I'm reading the cards. I'm doing limited set review / first impressions, so I specifically don't read the cards when the spoiler season starts, so I can do all at once when we have all the cards. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, appreciate you a lot. Thank you, Andrea. Right, so we're almost like halfway there. Exiling, yeah, of course, because we had a lot of graveyard interaction. 100%. No. Hold on. Alright, so good against the so that, I mean, you're talking all from this from the constructive perspective. Now we're discussing the cards from the limited perspective. Aw, Claire, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you, thank you. Okay, anyway, our first red card is a Gate Assault for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red. It's a sorcery, it's a modal card. You choose one, it deals 4 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead, or you exile target artifact. Listen, there is just Cast into Fire. Costs 1 mana less if you want to deal with the rain. I mean, it's okay. It's a sorcery speed, but it's okay. I think like it's still a 3/4 limited. So here we have it. I'm not sure how relevant it is to exile an artifact in this set, but deals 4 damage. It's okay. Right? Hold on, let me give a shout out first to Andrea. Alright. Moving on. Next up is Alania's Pathmaker. So for 4 mana, 3 and 1 red. We have an order 4/2. When it enters, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play the card. Okay, this is nice. I mean, like 4/2 is a little bit off, right? So Otter Folk is in Izzet colors. And like it's supposed to be a non-creature spell archetype. Now, I would assume there is also like a typo, like auto typo thing going on, but I'm not sure. That's true, yeah. So it's a valid card. It reminds me of this Wolverine from OTJ a little bit. Yeah, like, it's okay. I'm gonna say like 2.5 just because, yeah, it gives you like card next turn. Maybe that's why it's not like a lure. I agree, it looks okay, quite universal. It's just, yeah, like the card as it is, it's not bound to any specific archetype, right? It's just, yeah, it is what it is. Zells your top deck, okay. Now, Blacksmith's Talent, enchantment class, for 1 red mana. When it enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sword with equipped creature gets +1/+1 and equip cost 2. Okay, now level up, level 2. You activate it for 3 mana to earn 1 red. At the beginning of combat on your turn, attach target equipment you control to up to 1 target creature you control. Okay. Alright. And level 3 for 4 mana, 3 and 1 red. During your turn, equipped creatures you control have double strike and haste. Now the question is, do we have like a lot of equipments in this set? Like, honestly, this is the first card that implies that there may be some sort of interaction with equipments. I don't know. We're yet to see any artifacts. We haven't seen any of them. Honestly, just by looking at it, of course, it requires other equipments because, like, okay, you cast it on your turn 1. Then, like, turn 2, you cast her 2 drop. Then you level it up. You attach equip on your 2 drop. Yeah, Valiant. Actually, yes. Boris. So look at it in a vacuum. So yeah, okay, let's imagine we don't have any other equipment, just this one. So this is the scenario, right? So our, but at the same time, we are not developing on our turn 3 if we're leveling up. And then for 4 mana, this equipped creature will have double strike. Oh, hold on. If we leveled up, so yeah, on the beginning, so we don't pay this equip cost. Ooh, listen, this could be very aggressive, right? Yeah. Right, Valiant, yeah. Valiant, right? I agree. Now, like, if we, yeah, now that I painted that picture, actually, yeah, you don't need any other equipments. Like, first thing that you think that, okay, now we're in this territory, but actually not necessarily. Huh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna give it 2.5. I think you would want to play it in Boris only. No? Am I wrong? Like in Boris, this can be pretty scary. Okay. Next up, Blooming Blast for 2 mana. 1 and 1 red instant, gift a treasure. So Blooming Blast deals 2 damage to target creature if the gift was promised. It also deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Nice. Honestly, like, if an opponent has exactly 3 life points, I'm sorry. Sure, let's give them a treasure. Listen, this is great. I mean, for 2 mana, dealing 2 damage, I guess we're just too spoiled with the shock spells and but I quite like that you can deal 3 damage to creature's controller, to an opponent as well. I think it's a solid 3. Yeah, I agree. Totally. Next up, Bramble Guard Captain for 4 mana, 3 and 1 red. Mouse Soldier, 2/3. So Mouse, Mice Folk or Mouse Folk is Boris. Signet. Now, at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is Bramble Guard Captain's power. Okay, Valiant. Sorry, Valiant. I'm having trouble pronouncing this mechanic. Valiant, like hello. This, yeah, this can go wild, but at the same time, it's 2, 3, 4, 4 mana. Or you know what? Maybe it's like Boris finisher. Now, my Mouse Synergy definitely, again, 100%. It's a Boris card. Outside of Boris, I don't think it's good outside of Boris at all. But I love that it actually triggers Valiant. It's great. So I'm gonna say like 2.5 because I feel like it's pretty specific to this archetype. It's not a universal card. It's not universally good, right? Yeah, I get it that you can pump this creature as well, but nah. Like, if I play this card, I would want to trigger Valiant 100%. Veteran Guard Mouse. Cool. Like, honestly, I'm so bad with remembering the card names, but Valiant, like, hello. 100%. Next up, Brazen Collector for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red. Raccoon. So raccoons are cruel, right? 2/1 first strike. When it attacks, add 1 red mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as taps and phases hand. Nice. Okay. It's just a good to drop, no? Ah, the Hybrid Roars. Okay. Yeah, this is honestly nice. I like this. I think it could be a 3. Just imagine. It ramps you basically. I love it. I love this to drop. Yeah, totally. Okay, next up, Conduct Electricity for 5 mana, 4 and 1 red instant. Conduct Electricity deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature token. Okay, we've seen pretty much the same card, right? Was it in Modern? No. OTJ, right? Exactly the same card, right? Trick Shot, exactly. Thank you. This is strictly better at Trick Shot. This is, yeah, great. And even better against those go white decks. But it is like, it's a 5 mana, so it's a 3, okay? It's good. Still good. Maybe you don't want to play then more than 1 copy, I mean. But one is fine. Next up, Coruscation Mage for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red Otter Wizard 2/2 with Offspring 2. Okay, now this is the reasonable Offspring cost. Okay, I like it. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay, this is a fine payoff for this non-creature strategy. So it's body that you have, and then you just ping your opponent. Nice. I like this. Yeah. Again, specifically for Izzet, right? Because in any other red deck, it's just your 2-drop filler. But in Izzet, and only in Izzet, it can truly shine. So I think that it's just 2.5. I like the Offspring cost. Again, Offspring helps you with mana curve. And also, like, it gives you options. So you can play it early game, or you can play it like mid/late game if you need to, if you want to. Alright. Next up is Flame Cash Gecko for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red with a Warlock 2/2. When it enters, if an opponent lost life this turn, add 2 mana, 1 black and 1 red, and it has an activate ability for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red. Discard a card, draw a card. Cool. Okay, how we can make an opponent lose life, except for, you know, the OG way, attacking. You think it's a 4? But how? Like, imagine on your turn 2, would you be able to enable it? Like, I don't know, on turn 1, what do you do on turn 1? Or how can you make your opponent lose life before casting that on your turn 2? The 1/1 menace. True. Okay, in this scenario, yeah, this is just, you know, this is absolutely bested. So yeah, you have this 1-drop, then you cast this, and you immediately cast another 2-drop. Could be. Or what? Attack, turn 2, then cast. Yeah, it seems more feasible to cast this like turn 2, or, you know, you just cast it as your 2-drop, whatever. But if you draw it in your late game, or I don't know, mid game, right? This could be a different story. No, it's okay. Yeah, could it be a... Could it be a 3? Or is it just, you know, too specific? I think it's a 3 still, right? Because it's actually huge that it gives mana. Yeah. Even if it only works once, I mean, in worse too. Alright. Yeah, pretty aggressive. Next up, Frilled Spark Shooter for 4 mana, 3 and 1 red. Lizard, 3/3 Menace Reach. When it... Oh, sorry. It enters with +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent loses life this turn. Okay, makes sense. Since it's the Rakdos theme, your opponent has to lose life for us to get some benefits. I mean... looks like filler. I mean, for 4 mana, 3/3 Menace Reach. 4 mana, yeah, maybe. But if you are able to cast it with +1/+1 counter, then it's like, damn. But you have, like, it requires some work. And Manus Reach. Honestly, yeah, that was my initial thought that it looks like a filler. Regardless. Alright, next up is Harnesser of Storms for 3 mana to end 1. Red, Otter, Wizard, 1/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature or Otter spell, okay, you may exile the top card of your library until end of turn. You may play that card. This ability triggers only once each turn. No. Awesome, awesome. And since Izzet, basically, if you're playing Izzet, you're most likely gonna play Otters. So the only creatures that you will have are probably gonna be Otters, because only Otters have this effects that are important to non-creature spells. Only Otters have this non-creature spell synergy. They have prowess and whatnot. Oh, they're so adorable. I'm going to be pushing this archetype. Oh, this looks very exciting, but again, I feel like, I don't know, it looks very solid, like this archetype in general. It may be quite difficult to draft it, because again, you have to keep that balance, non-creature versus creatures, non-creature versus creature spells. Yeah, I love this card. Honestly, perfect stats, like for 3 mana, 1/4. It's such a value drain, such a great payoff for all those non-creature spells. Honestly, I love it. I'm gonna say it's 2.5 because it's sort of a build around, right? It is specifically made for this archetype, but I love it. I think it's a good card for Izzet. Next up, Hearthfire Hero, 1 red mana. Okay, here comes Boris. Okay, let's just brace ourselves. 1/1 Moss Soldier with Valiant. Whenever it becomes the target of spell or ability you control for the first time, sure, put a +1/+1 counter in the wild. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Oh, that's crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Oh my god, already I'm very scared of Boris. This is absolutely insane. For Boris, it's crazy. Whoa, honestly. Crazy, absolutely crazy. And also, this is definitely a constructed card, but we're talking about limited. Insane. I love it. Also, I feel like, yeah, Rakdos too. I feel like it's gonna be so easy to trigger that. Valiant. Even 3.5. Honestly, maybe. I'm saying 3 just because, you know, it still requires some work, but honestly, yeah. Truly. Okay, a Hoarder's Overflow. 5 minutes. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 red enchantment. When it enters, and whenever you expand 4, put a stash counter on it. So, expand is... you expand 4 as you spend your 4th total mana to cast spells during turn. And so, hold on. I've married it again, so... to cast spells. Okay, so it's a cumulative, right? Is expand cumulative or not? I need to check the rules because it's a new mechanic. But anyway, it has an activate ability for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, and sacrifice it. You discard your hand and draw cards equal to the number of stash counters on Hoarder's Overflow. It's cumulative. Okay, and it only counts the 4th mana. Okay. I see. Yeah. This is a strange card now. Looks slow, but... So, this expand 4, it's a Gruul theme. We have a raccoon picture, but actually it looks like an Izzet card because it's a non-creature spell. And it is, I don't know, it is kind of slow for an aggro deck. I mean, I don't know. With an expand. I don't know. Is it even playable? Man, I maybe I don't understand this card, but I don't like it at all. Looks like too slow for any red archetype, except for maybe Izzet, but kind of want to give it to 1. Honestly, no. I think it's a 1. Okay, I'm not alone. I was afraid to give it a 1. Okay, Kindle Spark Duo for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red. Lizard Otter. Very cute. 1/3. For tap, it deals 1 damage to target opponent, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell on tap, Kindle Spark Duo. So this is our catapult. Except it's 1/3 and not 1/4. Honestly, this is great. This is awesome for Izzet. Yeah, but at the same time, no, I think it's gonna be good. And this Izzet, definitely you would want this 100% if you're an Izzet. And I think that if nobody's drafting Izzet, it's gonna be easy to pick it up quite late, 100%. So I'm gonna say like 2.5 specifically. Actually, Ragdas, you are correct. Yeah, like it explicitly says that Lizard and others, so it can work both ways. So here you have it, another way to trigger that opponent lose life this turn and all that stuff. For Ragdas, actually, yes, true. And Ragdas maybe too. I'm not sure. Maybe for Ragdas, maybe a little bit slow, but I may be wrong. No, I guess it's still okay. Next up, Might of the Meek. For 1 red mana instant, target creature gains trample until end of turn. It also gets +1/+0 until end of turn if you control a mouse and you draw a card. Nice. Boris, I'm gonna scream. So there's so many just insane and cheap combat tricks or target spells for a Valiant. This is absolutely insane. Only 1 mana. I mean, I get it that it gets +1/+0 only if you control mouse, so it's very Boris specific, but like, come on. And is it? Well, maybe if you have creatures with prowess. Nice. But of course, it was specifically designed for Boris. Like, yeah. Only Ragdas wouldn't like it. Honestly, I probably would only want to play it in Boris, to be fair. because again, Valiant, like, well. Anyway, Playful Show for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red sorcery. It deals 1 damage to any target, draw a card. Alright, so here we have it. This is like your enabler for Rakdos, right? This is your like cycle card, right? And also enable losing life. It's alright. You know what? It's alright, but maybe not big. But it's useful. It's gonna be useful in EZ, in Rakdos. Last point with the ship, yeah. Alright, next up is Quake Tusk Boar for 5 mana, 3 and 2 red. We have 5/5 with Reach, Trample, and Haste. What is that? You know, you just, like now we were talking about all the synergies, like how these cards interact with each other, and here you have like, bam! 5 mana, 5/5 Reach, Trample, Haste. Okay, I guess, right? Wow. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this card. It's okay. Yeah, it's good. First pick. Man. Listen, it's a good card, okay? But it's not synergetic with anything. Just, yeah. It's good though, right? It's good. It's a solid 3, yes, regardless of anything else. Yeah, I agree. What else there is to say? It's just a little bit weird that it's just like that. Yeah, it's Elemental War. That's it. Yeah, the thing is that if you are in some sort of typo deck situation, this may be a case where you just don't need it. I don't know. Like, it's good, but it's not synergetic with your deck. Would you play it still? I don't know. Next up, Rabbit Gnaw for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Nice. Again, Valiant. And like, what's going on? Why do we have Bite in red? Like, this is absolutely insane. This is real good. Better Bite. Honestly, why are making powers so strong? This is insane. Alright. Next up, Raccoon Aurelia for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red. Raccoon Bard 2/2, and for tap, target creature you control gains haste until end of turn, activate only sorcery. This is a filler. But again, Valiant triggers that. So maybe a little bit more than a filler, okay. Because it triggers Valiant, and yeah, but usually, like historically, those cards, those creatures that give others haste, they're not great. They're actually underperforming, so you think they would be better, but they're not. The only case when this worked was in Kaldheim, probably, like, at least from my experience. Maybe this will be the case too, with Boris, because again, Valiant. Exactly, exactly. Valiant in return. Hello. What you gonna do? Reptilian Recruiter for 5 mana, 3 and 2 red. Lizard Warrior 4/2 trample. When it enters, choose target creature if that creature's power is 2 or less, or if you control another lizard, gain control of that creature until end of turn, untap it, and it gains haste until end of turn. Like, I mean, if you're in lizard typo, right? So you can steal any creature, right? So this threaten sort of a deal. It could work too, yes. It may be a finisher, sure. But only if you're in lizard typo, I would say. So mana cost is not great. 4 to trample, what is this? Honestly, it's very situational, and I don't like this mana cost versus stats. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's very specific, right? It's very specific and very situational. You, like me personally, I wouldn't want to play it in any red deck. Only in this practice, I guess, lizard thing. 2, maybe 2, yes. I'm giving it 2.5 because it has potential in this archetype. But to be fair, yeah. Truly only in this lizard typo in Ragdas archetype. Next up, Rough Shot Duo for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red. We have Mouse Raccoon, 3/2 with trample. Whenever you expand 4, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. Give me 4 twos. I don't know. To be fair, I probably don't get this expand 4. Like, okay, we cast this, right? Then, like, to trigger it, we have to cast, like, exactly something for 4 mana, right? Cumulative or not. Am I getting correctly? And then we can pump a creature and give it trample. Not exactly. Huh. Oh, hold on. Let me... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me check. I want to expand mechanic. Let me read it. I love it. The first thing that popped up is that it says expand is a mechanic introduced in Bloomburrow that rewards you even more for this most basic of actions. Spend mana to cast big spells and you'll be rewarded with even more bang for your buck. So is it cumulative or not? Do just... Hold on. Where is this? Yeah, mechanics. All right, Bloomburrow mechanics. So offspring, gift, forage, valiant, and finally expand are the new mechanics in the set. Okay, I'm just gonna read it. So we have Yeah, an example of Jungblade Bruisers, it is a common signpost common. All right. So this trigger ability is looking for you to spend your 4th total mana to cast spells during a turn. An ability like that can trigger only once each turn. It's looking specifically for the 4th mana, not every 4th mana. Okay, the permanent with the ability needs to be on the battlefield to see you spend the mana. Notably, if you spend 5 mana to cast something, its ability. Okay, so exactly 4. By the time it's on the battlefield, you are spending at best your 6 mana to cast spells the turn. So the ability will have to wait until next turn to trigger. Okay. So you cast them. Okay, that's the important thing. It doesn't matter what happened to the spells you cast. Fine. All mana you spend to cast the spells counts, not only mana to cover the mana cost, so additional costs such as offspring costs, alternative costs, and the like are all factored in. Alright. So exactly 4 mana. Okay, so okay, I got it. Alright. So only on this 4th mana it will trigger. Alright. I see. Man, it's weird, no? Isn't it weird? I don't know. I just need to play to get it fully. Because for now it's like, how do we rate this card? Okay. I mean, surely it is specifically designed for both Boris and Cruel. It just looks like a lot of work. I don't know. My first impression is that it requires a lot of work. I may be wrong. I don't know. Honestly, I'm gonna give it. I want to give it 2. You rate it highly? I don't know. I feel like I don't see the potential. So I'm gonna say it's like 2.5, okay? Because truly, I don't know. Okay. I think we've spent a lot of time on that. I'm sorry. Next up, Sezek Habsbrew for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red instant. Gift a tap fish. I love it so much. Honestly, cracks me up every time. Gift a tap fish. As an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card. Target player draws 2 cards. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Huh. I would say it's a 2. Because you have to discard a card. And if you don't have any cards, you cannot play this spell. Yeah. I mean, yeah, alright, we'll trigger this Valiant, and there are just better cards to do that, I feel like. Okay, next up, Steampath Charger for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, Lizard Warlock, 2/1 with Offspring 2. When this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to target player. This like a filler, maybe? Again, it deals damage, so yeah, it's within this Ragdos theme. It's lizard, but I feel like it's more like filler. Offspring maybe makes it a little bit better, but still, it's alright, but not great. There are better 2 drops, 100%. Next up is Take Out the Trash. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 red instant. It deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a raccoon, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. Okay, nice. This is a pretty cool bonus if you're in this cycle. Raccoon Folk, right? But even without it, regardless, for 2 mana, instant deals 3 damage to creature or planeswalker. It is very good. Such an aggressive set, 100%, yeah. Since it is 2.5, the previous one, you mean? Maybe, but it's like 2-1. I don't know. I mean, again, Offspring makes it a little bit better. And then next up, Teapot Slinger for 4 mana, 3 and 1 red. Raccoon 3/4 with manas. Whenever you expand 4, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Talking about that lizard, yeah, with Offspring, yeah. Okay, now this. Is it also, like, honestly, it looks like a filler, 100%. I don't know. Yeah, me neither. I didn't like 3/4 for 4. But now it has manas, and like once in a while, it may deal 2 damage. Not realistic, honestly. I don't believe in that. Even if you're able to activate it every turn, which probably you wouldn't be able to, still, I don't think it's good enough. Next up is Valley Rally for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red instant. Gift of food. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gains first strike until end of turn. I mean, gift and food is not so bad. I guess it depends. I feel like, yeah, it could be a finisher. I would say like it's a 2. Yeah, if you're in this go wide strategy, maybe. But I feel like this spell it gives +2/+1 for 4 mana is better in white colors. Yeah. I wouldn't blame more than 1, to be fair. Next up, War's Quake for 1 red mana enchantment aura. And when it enters, target creature and opponent controls can block this turn. Enchant creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. Interesting. This is very aggressive. What? Yeah, those who watch me for a while now, like, you know that I don't like auras almost like at all. Has haste. Yeah, you know what? It's very specific, very situational. So probably Scarfacey. Or thank you so much for your follow. Thank you. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it unless you're like super aggro. Again, this Boris, I don't like. Yeah, looks like a filler, definitely. I don't know. I don't like this card. I think there are better ways just to win or to deal damage even. It's not creature spell too, that's right, but I feel like it's more suitable for those like really aggro decks that just push damage. Yeah. Oh man, well, you know, it's an aura. You have to choose the right moment to cast it, otherwise it's gonna be a blowout. So. Next up, Whisker Quill Scribe for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red. Mouse Citizen 2/2 with Valiant. So whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control, for the first time each turn, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. Now, this is like not maybe as aggressive as other creatures we've seen for Boris, right? But it's pretty decent still. Pretty decent. Is it good though? Could it be like 2.5 or 3? I don't think it's a 3 though. I mean, it's a 2/2 for 2, and yeah. I'm just thinking maybe it's a 3, but I don't think so. Okay. Except Wildfire Howl for 3 mana, 1 and 2 red. Sorcery, gift a card. I don't want to. Wildfire Howl deals 2 damage to each creature if the gift was promised. Instead, it deals 1 damage to any target and 2 damage to each creature. Okay, 1 damage to any target, 2 damage to each creature. So it's like, okay, if there is a 3/3 creature, right? We can kill everything. Yeah, it's a board wipe. But it's sorcery. It's sorcery speed. I think it's still quite specific, right? It's only gonna be good against these go white strategies, Boris, Selesnya. Oh, yeah. I think it's main deckable. I'm gonna say a 3 still, yeah. But you don't want to play it in Boris. Maybe in Izzet, maybe in Rakdos. I think it's an Izzet card, you know? And it's not universal, so maybe not a 3 after all. Maybe like it's 2.5, because if you are playing Boris, you don't want to main deck this. I think it's an Izzet only card, to be fair. Like, it's good in the set, but it's not universal. Right? Or Gruul, yeah. Maybe Gruul too. Kind of specific, right? Too. Right, I'm back, so let's continue with green. And the first card is Baker's Bane Duo for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, 2/2. When it enters, create a food token. Whenever you expand 4, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It's great. I mean, it creates food on the ETB, and yeah, like expand. To be fair, I'm not sure about this ability. Sorry about this mechanic. but maybe it will be quite easy to trigger. I mean, we have to play to see it, right? But it's good. Like, honestly, it's very solid. Top 10 common, honestly, maybe. Maybe. I'm just thinking. It's good. It's very good. Okay. All right. Next up is Bark Knuckle Boxer. For 2 mana, 1 and 1, green, 3/2, Raccoon Berserker. Whenever you expand 4, it gains indestructible until end of turn. Oops, sorry. So aggressive, like already for 2 mana, we have a 3/2 creature, and honestly, if you are able to trigger that, it's crazy. Which is maybe not as hard as I think. Honestly, I like it. Could be also like a 3. Yeah, if you're not able to trigger this expand, yeah, it trades with any to drop. That's true. But I just love how aggressive it is. But yeah, I agree. Like, to be realistic, the previous creature is better. Next up, a Bramble Guard Veteran for 3 mana, 1 and 2 green, 3/4. Whenever you expand 4 raccoons you control, get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. Now, again, we're talking about the specific archetype of this type of raccoon deck, right? And mana cost, double green. But it's alright. And I guess like in this specific archetype, it's good. Honestly, pumping for like +1/+1 even until end of turn and given vigilance to 5 green and common. I want to give it 2.5 because it is specific to this archetype, okay? Because if you don't have enough raccoons, which probably is not the case, right? Because all this set is specifically designed to draft this creature types. I don't know. I mean, the only clashing could be like raccoons and squirrels, right? If you're in Golgari. I'm gonna give it 2.5 because you have to have a lot of raccoons in your deck to justify this card or for this card to be good. Alright, next up, Bushy Bodyguard for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Squirrel 2/1 with Offspring 2. When this creature enters, you may forage. If you do, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Nice. So to forage, exile 3 cards from a graveyard or sacrifice a food. First pick. This is great. This is honestly, yeah, no, very nice. Like, imagine. Whoa. I mean, this is the case when you don't want to play it as your 2-drop. Yeah, right. Yeah, I also like it. Four mana, 7/6, but not in one creature. I mean, with Offspring, so this is gonna be like 4/3 and then 3/3, right? This is huge, honestly. I'm gonna give it a 3. Honestly, green cards already, right? We've seen only what, like 3 green cards, and they are all Good. Yeah, I like this. I'm just thinking, like, if I don't have anything else, probably I would cast it as my 2-draw, but yeah, like, ideally, I want to save it for the late game, but again, it just gives you flexibility. It's always good. Except cash grab for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green instant. Mill 4 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you control a squirrel, or return the squirrel card to your hand this way, create a food token. Cash grab. Like this, you know, this type of cards, they're quite specific. Like usually you're not playing them unless you have like something going on with this graveyard stretch or milling, but true. Sport card for forage decks. I feel like still it's 2, right? I feel like this is adequate. I mean, it's playable, but great. Next up, Clifftop Lookout for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Frog Scout, 1/2 with reach. When it enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put the card onto the battlefield tapped and the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. Nice. This is nice. Best frog payoff. Okay, yeah, so we were discussing that when we were first reviewing the blue cards and talking about the Simic archetype. How good are the green cards are gonna be? So these are first, right? It's the first frog in green. Yeah, great. First pick. Well, so maybe not first pick, but if you're in this archetype, this is amazing. Like imagine blinking it all over and over. This is great. And to be fair, I feel like it's good, like just on its own. I feel like it's a 3. I know that it's like 1, 2 for 3 mana is not very exciting. I don't know. I like this card. Yeah, 100%. And then, yeah. Just, yeah, imagine the potential, right, in the Simic deck. You can blink it. It's great. Next up is Curious Forager for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. 3/2. When it enters, you may forage. When you do, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice. I mean, again, it's pretty specific, so this card requires some work, so you have to have something to forage, right? With ideally food tokens. It needs some work. On its own, yeah, for sure, it's a filler. You're gonna forge so many times. I'm just, you know, I'm thinking like whether it's a 2 or 2.5, okay? But probably still a 2, probably still a filler. Yeah. Alright, next up, Druid of the Spade for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. A Rabbit Druid 2/3. As long as you control a token, it gets +2 and +0 and has trample. So it's like 4/3 trample. This is crazy. This is very aggressive. And of course, in Selesnya, you will have tokens, of course. Even in Galgary, those food tokens. And 2.5, usually it's an average card, or you know, it's very specific. It's a build around, so 2 is like really killer. I like this card. Yeah, like if you're playing this, it has to be 4/3 trample. I don't know. I like it. I mean, I guess it's still not a 3, but can you imagine? Celeste Gary, yes, 100%. Next up, Gale Wind moves for 6 mana, 4 and 2 green, 6/6 flash, vigilance, reach, trample. It's like mic drop again. So this is, I guess, the cycle, right, of this. Just good creatures that are not synergetic with anything, but they're just good on their own. So here you have it. Ridiculous. It's like, what if we give our Dreadmaw, what is this? What's this called? Oh my god, I'm so bad. A flash, right? 3.5 might be 4. Like listen, on its own, yeah, it's crazy. But I'm just, you know, I'm giving it a 3 a little bit conservatively, just because, you know, synergy and whatnot. Maybe synergy is more important than all that. I don't know. But like truly, this is ridiculous. The fact that it has flash. Okay, you know what? 2.5. Yeah, this is what? Yeah, Colossal Dreadmaw, exactly. Colossal Dreadmaw that went to the university. I mean, it could be quite unexpected if your opponent is not casting anything on their turn and they're in 6 mana. Think of that. Be careful when you're going to combat. Can't wait to turn 2. Yeah, holding this. Yeah, the only thing that it doesn't do, it doesn't gain life. So yeah, actually dying on turn 5 may be the case. Before you are able to cast this even, or you know, you cast it and you're not able to stabilize. Right, but just as a whole, of course, it's good. Next up, Hazard Root Herbalist for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, Rabbit Druid 1/4. Whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If this creature is a token, it also gains this touch until end of turn. Alright, so basically it gives your token evasion, right? Or because I would assume that you don't really care about those tokens. They're tokens, right? Yeah, you pump a token, you attack, you deal this 2 damage, and you're good. Yeah. Yuki07, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you. I agree. It doesn't look very exciting. It looks a little bit defensive, right? I don't know. I like the scenario when it gives a token this sort of evasion and you push damage, and with this one you just stand block, but other than that, maybe it's a 2, yeah? Maybe it's even a 2. But I'm gonna give it a little bit more than that. What blocks my sense money tokens? Yeah, exactly. This scenario, yeah. This scenario I like. Next up, Heaped Harvest for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Food artifact. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, you may search your library for a basic land card. Yay! So this is our stabilization. Put it onto the battlefield. That was land shuffle. Oh my god, so this is cultivate and food in one? What? Nice. This is good. I love it. Honestly, I want to give it a 3. It's a 3. It's your mana stabilization. Food. Great, no? Yes, exactly. It's something to like to pay this sacrifice cost with. Oh, I don't know. I like this card. Depends on the form and speed too. Yeah. So far, Boris looks very scary, right? We have to see. We have to see. Like on its own, this card is great. Okay. Sorry, I lost here. Okay. High Stride for 1 green mana. Instant target creature gets +1/+3 and gains reach in the land if you tap it. Okay, it's a reprint. We've seen this spells before, of course, and it's just nothing special, like at all. I want to give it a 4. To be honest, I never played, and I've never played this card before. White has the best combat tricks. Agreed. 100%. Red actually... No. As far as combat tricks go, yeah. Definitely. Definitely white wins here. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's a matter of taste, but... Oops, I'm sorry. Sideboard at max, I would say. Next up, Hivespine Wolverine for 5 mana, 3 and 2 green, 5/4. When it enters, choose 1. You either put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, or Wolverine fights target creature token, or destroy target artifact or enchantment. Okay, this, honestly, this looked more exciting than it is, I think. But I guess still it's nice to have. Problem is that it's not very synergetic with anything. I mean, because of the creature type. Ooh, nice. Yes, yes, with blinking, actually. That's a good point, yes. Good point, yes. So for this is a card for Simic, right, right. Okay. I'm gonna give it 2.5. Maybe like with potential, right? Okay, so frogs, huh? Honored Trail Leader for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Has Squirrel, 1/1 with Trample. Whenever, when it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each other squirrel and or food you control. Whenever another squirrel or food you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Honored Trail Leader. Okay, another card that is very specific to this squirrel typo, because if you don't have enough squirrels, and enough, what is enough? 8+? You have to have 8+ squirrels in your deck? No, or even more. It's like 8 is the lowest possible. I mean, yeah, The fact that it triggers with food makes it even better for 3.5. I mean, in this particular archetype, definitely it's just great, but it's not universally good, right? Celestia. No, it's for Golgari. Celestia. It's rabbits. And Grandker Squirrel, it sure is. Man. So now I don't know how to like adequately rate this card, because if you're drafting squirrels, it's like, yeah, it's a mighty squirrel. But other than that, like, you probably wouldn't want to play it. It's a filler. Yeah, 100%. I was about to say that, like, yeah, it's 2.5, like, because it's a build around. Because if you're not drafting squirrels, or if you're not building squirrels, it's a 2, or you're not even gonna play it, no? But that's my point exactly, that you have to have squirrels. And more food. Might get huge. I think it might. Just depends, right? Because I feel like in Golgari, regardless, you want to have a lot of food tokens. Fair enough, yeah, if it's a 3 mana 4/4, it's already good, you're right. Next up, Hunter's Talent for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Enchantment class, when it enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Already great. Do we even need to read further? Level 2 for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains trample until end of turn. I don't mind. Then level 3, 4 mana, 3 and 1 green. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Seriously? Wow. Isn't it the best class that we've seen? Oh my god. This does everything. So it's a removal. It provides you with a great attack. And it draws you a card. What? Like, easy. I think it's a 4. I mean, I know that with these classes, it may be tricky on when, you know, do you want to, like, invest in it, right? And level it up. But honestly, whoa. This is a universally good card. It's great green card. Like, yeah, Mythic and Calm probably. It's very good. I like it a lot. Yeah. All right. Next up, Longstock Brawl for 1 green mana sorcery. Gifted Depthfish. I don't know why every time I read it, I cannot. I cannot. Choose a target creature you control and target creature you don't control. Put a +1/+1 counter on the creature you control. If the gift was promised, then those creatures find each other. Awesome. Awesome. Another great green removal, even if you gift a tapped fish. Or, like, you know, it's totally unnecessary for 1 mana find spell. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to upload this VOD, of course, on my YouTube channel. So you can check it later, of course, if you want to. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, if you liked the stream, please give me a follow. I would Appreciate it a lot, and thank you so much for watching. Hope to see you next time. But we continue with Longstock Brawl. Again, perfect. Thank you for your follow. Thank you. All right. Next up, Overprotect is a 2-mana instant spell, 1 and 1 green. Target creature control gets +3/+3 and trample, hexproof, and indestructible until end of turn. Whoa. I feel like this is just very solid. Very solid combat trick, 100%. Like, Overprotect. And this speaks for itself. Fried fish. You mean, the card before that? Exactly, a giant growthless tourist, right? Overprotect, yeah. Nice. Flower text. Blor's defenses are impervious. Blor the impervious. Nice. Yeah. I love it. You find someone who thinks you're worth casting or protect on. Aww. Okay, moving on. Paw Patch Formation for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green instant. It's a model card. Choose one. Destroy target creature with flying, or destroy target enchantment, or draw a card and create a food token. Whoa, that's interesting. I mean, it looks straight up as a sideboard card, right? But could it be main deckable in this food archetype? Food Golgari situation? Maybe, you know? Alright, and next up is Colorless Recycling. Colorless Recycling. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green instant, gift a card. Gift a card. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If the gift was promised, instead return 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. It's an instant speed. You like this? I like that you can return any permanent, sorry, in a land if you need to, right? Looks like it's gonna be fit for a grind attack. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. 2 or 2.5. From what I've seen, first of all, you don't want to give your opponent a card, right? I agree. No real card advantage, exactly. So it's like most likely this grindy spell late game, but not really, because you don't like. If you want to return 2 permanents, you also have to give your opponent a card. Yeah. Okay, next up is Polywallop. One of the top of their decks versus second best permanents in your seems okay. You see, like, it's situational, right? Quite situational, so it's not always gonna work like that. That's my concern. So maybe like a build around or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Anyway, Polywallop for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green instant. So this spell costs 1 less to cast for each frog you control. Okay, frog, let's go. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. Listen, I don't mind casting it for 4 mana, it's in speed, green removal, but imagine. Just imagine. The world, the deck full of frogs. Whoa. This is good. Honestly, it's just great. I love it. Honestly, I wouldn't mind casting it for 4 mana. Maybe like 3.5 even. Honestly, I'm excited. Now frogs. It's like, okay, here you go. Yeah, now frogs, yeah. I see ya. Next up, Rust Shield Rampager. 4 mana, 3 and 1 green. Raccoon 4/4 with Offspring 2. This creature can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. I like it. I like it as it is. Okay. I'm not sure that like this Offspring is necessary, right? But I mean, for equal white strategies makes sense. But this is very solid. I like it. I don't know. I have a soft spot for 4/4 creatures for 4 mana. I feel like they're just, you know, the pure efficiency of it. Next up is Sticky Tongue Sentinel for 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Frog. 3/3 with Breach. When it enters, return up to 1 other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Okay, so here we go. Again, so now we have this in green as well, this flicking effect, right? Flickering. I would say like it may be 2.5 in the right deck, right? Because I would think that you want as many this flickering effects as possible. But other than that, like, I don't know, in any other deck it's like it's 100% a filler. But okay, let's give it like half a point more, just maybe. Or 2. Okay, it's good, 2.5. Stock in the Pantry, 1 green mana enchantment. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, put a supply counter on Stock in the Pantry. For 2 mana, remove a supply counter from Stock in the Pantry, draw a card. Okay. I mean, we've seen some effects that put counters, but with this one, I agree. It's so hard to activate and it's so slow. Also, like, you cast it, it does nothing. I agree. From what we've seen, I don't think there is... I think it's also like a 1, to be fair. Like, even if you have a support, I don't think it's worth it. Right? Because it's just so slow. Even if you have support. Just a lot of work altogether. A lot of work. Next up, Sun Shower Druid for 1 mana, Frog Druid 0/2. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and you gain 1 life. Now we have a creature that puts +1/+1 counter. Okay, let me read the comments. The previous one, I mean, like the modern card design is that, you know, you can play any card basically, but yeah. But speaking of this one, so basically it's like 1/3 on turn 1. yeah, right. Put the cards in that order. To be fair, I like this card. In the Frog archetype, it can be very nice. And just as is, it's your 1 mana, 1/3. Yeah, I also like it. Yeah, it's quite defensive, but I guess Simic is all about that. So you're like, you take your time and then you just get the maximum value from flickering your ETB creatures. I like it. I like it. Is it like a 3? God, definitely 2.5. But honestly, I like it. It can be even better. I feel like it can be even better than that, to be fair. Also, like, let's not forget about force, right? This just stops it somehow a little bit. I like it. Tree Root Weaver for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, 1/3, and for tap, add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so this is great. Honestly, this is very nice mana dork. I love the stats, like 1/3. It's altogether good. It's universal. I'm just wondering, I mean, probably it's not gonna be a multicolored set, right? But I think that there are still gonna be some crossovers. I don't know. Yeah, some splash here and there is acceptable. Alright, next up as 3 Tree Scribe for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, Frog Druid, 2/3. Whenever this creature or another creature you control leaves the battlefield without dying, with a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay, so now you're giving me all of those effects. +1/+1 counters. Honestly, nice, but like it screams this Simic archetype, right? I mean, for 2 mana, 2/3, already good. I'd imagine. I agree. I would give it a 3 though. But yeah, this is probably one of the best payoffs, right? It's nice. Yeah, like yeah, stop the pantry. Right. I'm gonna eat my words and imagine me playing the pantry in the end. Oh my god. Next up, Tree Guard 2 for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green, Frog Rabbit. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. 3/4. When Tree Guard 2 enters, until end of turn, target creature you control gains vigilance and gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control. So same thing. It's gonna be good in Selesnya as well as in Simic, which, you know, specifically says here because the creature type is Frog Rabbit. I think it's like 2.5, maybe filler. At the same time, you know, it can be very unexpected, right? You cast this and maybe just win the game. Or at least you have a good attack with it, and then you can, yes, in Simic, you can activate this ability all over again. I don't know. It's somewhere there. It may be 2.5, but actually, I think just a filler. Treetop Sentries for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green. Squirrel Archer 2/4 with reach. When it enters, you may forage. If you do, draw a card. Nice. Nice. Okay, how do we rate it? Is it 3? Like, listen, it gives it a card. I want to give it a 3. I mean, you still have to work for it, so... to work for this card, though. Also, like, it's an ETB ability, so potentially, maybe Simic. No, not really. Okay. 2.5. You know, just because it requires some work. Except we're down for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Gift a card. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. If the gift was promised, instead destroy 2 target artifacts and or enchantments. Yeah, and you have to gift a card for that, really. Yeah, it's no for limited. Like 1. Yeah, it is a construct card. Like, yeah, no doubt about it. Probably opponent's sideboard. Nah. Well, sideboard max, right? Okay, next up, Baker's Bane duo. Okay. We came back to the beginning of the green colors, right? Yes. Okay. Let's go. We're on the finish line here. Colorless. First card is Bark Form Harvester for 3 mana, artifact creature shapeshifter 2/3. It has reach, and for 2 mana, you can put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Exactly, it's 100% a filler. This ability may actually be something like, it may be a sideboard card too, so you're not decking, you know, preventing you from decking. But next up, what? Hold on. Bumbleflowers. Sharepod for 2 mana, artifact. When it enters, create a food token. And for 5 mana and tap and sacrifice Sharepod, destroy target non-land permanent, activate only sorcery. Again, I mean, it's good that you create a token, but other than that, it's still like a 2. It's your filler removal, and probably, even so, you want to play it only if you have this food synergy, I feel like. Alright, next up, Fountain Port Bell for 1 mana, artifact. When it enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and shuffle and put that card on top. And for 1 mana and sacrifice the bell, draw a card. This is nice. Yeah, this is good. So, yeah, for 2 mana, you can have that. Much better than Amulet. I agree. This is actually decent, you know, this decent mana stabilization. Also, like, being it a non-creature spell, maybe, you know, there's also synergy in that. And yeah, it feels so graveyard. Just, yeah, quite universal. Heirloom Epic. Oh, this is so cute. For 1 mana artifact, it has an activate ability. For 4 mana tap, you draw a card. For each mana in this ability's activation cost, you may tap an untapped creature you control rather than pay the mana. Activate only sorcery. Ugh. What? Okay. This is pretty cool. Yeah. So basically, like, you're drawing cards, convoke, sort of a deal. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. I agree. Yeah, the ability has convoke, I think, so I don't know. I'm not a fan. Is it like 2.5? Is it actually not bad for limited? I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I'm gonna give it a 2 because the problem is that you can only activate it as sorcery, right? So it's like it's either your attack or draw a card. I don't know. It's like a strike card. Drawing is fusion limit. That's true. That's like absolutely 100%. I'm curious about this card, but I'm not sure. Next one is Patchwork Banner for 3 mana. As it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1, and it adds 1 mana of any color. I mean, you would play it if you're desperate, I think. It's 3.5? Nah. I mean, it's Anthem, yeah. But it's quite specific, right? You have to have this. Yeah, it's a Billiran. It's quite nice that it's... Okay, let's give it 2.5, but I think that even if you're drafting a typo deck, you probably won't have place for this card. It looks like a filler still. But maybe. Just because it gives mana, but honestly it's mana rock that pumps your creatures and... What? Might be a 3, I think, because you can pick what? Before... I mean, okay. Yeah. Frog. Choose frog. If in doubt, choose frog. I'm joking. Anyway, short bow for 2 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and vigilance and reach equipped 1. This is not bad actually. So now I love the equip cost, it's very cheap, so with this you can easily trigger this Valiant ability, right? Yeah. Vigilance and reach. I mean it's playable, okay? It's playable. I love that the equip cost is just 1 mana. It's just like +1/+1. Reach vigilance is maybe not as exciting. Anyway, Starforged Sword for 4 mana. Gifted up fish. When it enters, if the gift was promised, attach the sword to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +3/+3 and loses flying. What do I think? It's weird. Isn't it weird? Oh my god, it's 4 mana. What? Oh man. Yeah. Oh, 1.5. Why? Let's give it a 1. I don't have 1.5. All of this for what? Oh man. Tangle Tumbler. For 3 mana, Vigilance, 6/6. It has a negative ability for 3 mana and tap. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Pantry. Tap 2 untap tokens you control. Tangle Tumbler, becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. What? Ah, it's a vehicle. It's a vehicle, I'm sorry. Alright, so okay, this is for obviously going white strategies. Most likely Selesnya. Yeah, it's a 2. I mean, it is playable, right? But it's, I don't know, it's a little bit awkward though. Also, oh yeah, it works with food as well, exactly. It's playable. Next up, 3/3 Mascot for 2 mana, 2/1 creature changeling, and for 1 mana and 1 mana of any color, so activate only once each turn. It's your filler to drop. You would play it if you really need it, in case if you're in this typo situation, and or if you need mana stabilization very badly. Carrot cake, like, yeah, carrot cake is so good. Okay, now the lands, and here's the finish line for real. Now Hidden Grotto, when it enters Surveil 1, it gives you colorless, and for 1 tap you can add any mana. 1 mana of any color, so it colors. It's okay. I mean, it's fine to play this card. But to be fair, if I can help it, I'm not playing this kind of cards. But it's fine. It's fine. Lily Pad Village. So it's a land that adds colorless. It adds blue, and you spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. And for 1 blue and tap, you can Surveil 2, activate only if a bird, frog, otter, or rat enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Ooh, this is interesting, okay? This, I think it's gonna be a cycle. I haven't looked at it. This is nice. Probably like 2.5. Yeah, absolutely. I like this sort of utility lands, they're good. Also synergetic with the set. Okay, Lupin Flower Village, I think same thing. Okay, let's read. So for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, tap and sacrifice it. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit card from among them and put it into your hand with the rest. Again, great. Yeah, they're all nice. I'm just gonna read them aloud. I'm pretty sure they're all gonna be like 2.5. They all give us some sort of value for sure. Exactly. Mudflat Village. So for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black and tap and sacrifice it. Return target bat, lizard, rat, or squirrel card from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, good. Honestly, I think they're all gonna be good. Next one is Oak Hollow Village. So what it does for 1, greed and tap, put a +1/+1 counter on each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control that enters the battlefield this turn. Nice. Same thing. Listen, every time that I see that the cards puts +1/+1 counter, I think about that pantry. Oh man. Next up, a Rock Face Village. So for 1 red and tap, target lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste. Great. Honestly, great. And next up, Uncharted Haven. I've seen this one. So it enters tap. Again, if it's your mana fixing. Actually, yeah. Red one may be the best. Yeah, very aggressive. And that's it. And that's it. Okay. We did it. Thank you all so much. So the first part, commons and uncommons, we covered it all. So tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Central European time, I'm going to go live and we're going to review mythics and rares of the new upcoming set of Magic the Gathering Bloomburrow. Freshco, thank you so much for your follow. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So again, I'm going to upload this vote, of course, on my YouTube channel, which is at Mr. and Mrs. Spike. And exciting news, this Friday at 6 p.m. Central European time or 9 a.m. Pacific time, I think. I'm going to participate in the early access on Magic Online. So we are going to see in action all of these new cards. And before we go, let's rate somebody. Okay, let's just randomly someone. All right, thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.